A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. 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 A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
I just realized I'm muted. We are live talking about politics once again. This week, a lot of things happen in Canadian politics, and you know what? We are heading toward the spring election. Hopefully, this time around, Canada will remember all of the corruption. Hopefully, this time around, they will stop looking at the good looking veneer and Canadian will actually vote with their brain and not their emotions like they did last year. Hopefully, we can cross our finger because I really feel like if Marxist Carney really gets his majority, this is the end of Canada. And I'm not joking right now. Like, a lot of people might think, oh, he's exaggerating. He's just a conservative that's angry. No, bruh, the guy will really ruin the economy even more. Like, I know it's always possible to find worst. Like, after almost a year of him in the power, we have proof that he doesn't care about Canada. He spent more time overseas than over here. This is what we elected because TDS is such a big thing. Anyway, this was a very long rant. This was a very long intro, and we will cover question period. And I've seen most of the question period except the last one from today, basically. And I will say this about question period. I think right now Pierre Poilievre is in election mode, and that's why we don't really see Pierre Poilievre as much as we used to in the House in question period. I think he's mapping out and he's planning the next election. I also think the moments he is in the House, in question periods, especially, I think these moments, he wants these viral moments, like the apple. And that's why sometimes he's there at question period because he knows he can have that impact. So that was the very long intro. So we will start with the first question period. But really, before we get into it, how are you, Dragon? How have you been? Long time no talk.
Yeah, just off and on, not terrible though.
Amazing.
Just
Well,
feeling things.
let's start with question period February 2nd. And if people have seen previous streams like this one, you will know we don't cover the entire hour of question period. We cover the start, some of the middle if there's something significant, and the ending. So let's get into it.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Is back with the same recycling.
It's glitching. Is it just me? Dragon?
Ideas on grocery prices.
Dragon?
They promised a grocery rebate years ago, and food bank lines got longer. They spent years talking about affordability, and prices kept climbing. They promised action, but after all of that bluster, groceries will cost a family of 4 more than $1,000 extra this year compared to last. Wow. And now they're back at it again, offering the same inflationary plan, $10 a week off of a $300 grocery bill, and that's not even for everybody. So why are Canadians supposed to believe them this time?
The
Honourable Minister of Finance.
It might be that my colleague was more concerned about their own future. Side of the House, we were concerned about the future.
What is going on with
There's a
that?
lot to be rejoiced today, Mr. Speaker. That's why I see the Conservatives so enthusiastic. It's Monday and we have good news. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we did the second reading of C-19, Mr. Speaker. C-19, that's why I see all the Conservatives smiling, Mr. Speaker, because they know that helping 12 million Canadians is why Canadians send us here. Mr. Speaker, we're going to build a strong Canada. We're going to build strong families because we believe in Canada.
No, that's just gaslighting.
Yeah. And I'll also add this. So the C19 is mentioning is basically a rebate on groceries, but only on a faction of the people. And it's kind of hilarious because 2023, the same liberals came up with the same rebate. So guess what? It's the same strategy, but a different face. So again, if Canadians use their brain for once, they will see through the illusion. They hated Trudeau, they should hate Carney. Actually, Carney is worse because Carney is actually smart. Despite like my hatred toward Carney, I will give him credit where credit is due. The guy is selfish. The guy is all about him, his profit, and how much he can benefit from his position of power. This is Carney. But he is very smart because he hides it so well. Well, it starts slipping and cracking, but still, like, he's beloved. People just don't realize the kind of piece of garbage he is. And that's why maybe they will re-elect him again. And again, if Carney gets his majority, this is the end of Canada. I will just move elsewhere. And if Alberta separates, that's where I'm heading to. Otherwise, I don't know with Trump. I don't know because like my wife is black and I'm kind of scared. I don't want them to deport her, you know. But I don't know. We will look into where we will go. But if these liberals win again, we are out. We are not staying in Canada. We are cooked. Anyway, let's play more of the gaslight, more of the lies, because this is all the liberals have to offer.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
I don't think he's grasped the irony of today. In 2023, that same finance minister promised that he would, quote, bring price stability to Canadians. He summoned the grocery CEOs to Ottawa. He promised competition. He promised affordability. And then he delivered 2 more years of whatever that was. Now in Canada, we have the highest food inflation in the G7, and over 2 million people are lined up at a food bank every single month. The groundhog saw his shadow today. Will the finance minister finally see his, or will Canadians get the same Trudeau policies that we had for 10 years?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm so happy to see
What is going on? I'm telling you, that's weird.
and what we're saying, Mr. Speaker, and listening. I think they should listen to Canadians because that would help them, perhaps, Mr. Speaker. 12 million Canadians are going to be benefiting for our measure, Mr. Speaker. 12 million Canadians. This is not something to shout about. This is something to rejoice, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we meet Canadians where they are. Canadians has told us, give us a boost, give us a bridge, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build a stronger economy in the G7. We're going to be there for Canadians. We're going to build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
More slogans. And again, I thought they were the party that were like, oh, we are more than slogans. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. This all you are giving us right now. So I will move a bit further to see if there's a block quote
sense
or
that they want
question
more great
here.
news, Mr. Speaker. $500 million.
Oh, that's the block because there's French here.
The same minister threatened to use all means at the government's
Oh no, that's the
disposal to force them to
conservative
lower
in
grocery
Quebec.
prices.
Impressive.
In October
Quebec
of the same
elected
year,
a
the minister claimed
conservative.
victory, saying, and I quote, Canadians will see discounts, price freezes, and competitive prices.
Raising children, or now a groceries and essentials benefit that will help some of the most vulnerable in our community.
So that's their strategy. Giving gift to the poor because the poor will vote for them. And it's glitching. I don't know what's going on, Dragon. Do you have any idea?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. In 2023, the Minister of Industry, however, stated that the Liberal government had obtained a commitment from major grocery chains in Canada to stabilize and lower prices. Then in September 2023, the same minister threatened to use all means at the government's disposal to force them to lower grocery prices. In October of the same year, the minister claimed victory, saying, and I quote, Canadians will see discounts, price freezes, and competitive pricing programs. Today, food inflation in Canada is twice as high as in the United States. What happened to his promise? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that my honourable friend is able to list all of the measures we are putting forward to help Canadians. In fact,
maybe you should re-download it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, will benefit, and I can see it in his smile today. He's pleased because it's his second reading has begun. He can go into his riding and say, thanks to the Liberal government, we are standing up for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I see his colleagues, they're all getting ready. You know, I'll invite him, and I think there are more bits of great news. I'll invite him to ask another question because there's more great news. It's Monday. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, Mr. Speaker, we've already mentioned that we will not be against giving $10 off coupons to Canadians a week. But the same minister at Industry 2 years ago said that the Federal Financial Consumer Agency would actually be monitoring price reductions at major grocery chains. But what we're seeing is that food costs have gone twice as high. What does he have to say about that? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I get the sense that they want more great news, Mr. Speaker. $500 million for the Strategic Response Fund for structural measures in Quebec, in Canada. Additional funding for food banks, national strategy for food security, standardization.
It's kind of tragic. Food security and emergency funds, that kind of stuff. I feel like we are still stuck in COVID time. It's crazy how this government mismanage our resources. It's awful, and again, they want to enslave people. Like they want to make it so miserable that they will feel the need that they need to vote for them again. It's just awful. It's like a psyop on the next level. I don't have the words. I just don't. It's disgusting behaviors, and what they want is for people to depend on them, so they elect them again. I'm baffled. I get it now. It's Canada. This is how we process. This is how we work. We are stupid. We shouldn't be calling ourselves a democracy anymore, for real. This is exactly how I feel right now. So did you download the entire question period?
Do you need that? You mean the second one? Yes, I'll just get it redone.
Okay, so I can stop screen sharing so you can add the new downloaded one that's not corrupt.
I don't know. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. It might have downloaded really bizarrely and corrupted. God knows.
Because we covered many of the questions from the Conservative, we will jump to the NDP, the far left, the people that kind of align themselves with the Liberals, but they need to pretend they are not.
The issue itself is you have a bunch of people who are, it's not that they're conservative. Well, it's not that. We have to deal with people who are subtly conservatives, but they're not. Up there, it's about, look, if politicians are in permanent campaign mode, it's like people here, Democrats basically campaign on hopes and dreams for the most part. So the issue itself is campaign slogans win the day for them. But the problem is it's not like the issue itself. When you start looking at a lot of, some are single issue voters. Some only know stuff past a certain point. So if they don't pay attention, they're not paying attention.
And what really angers me the most is a lot of my family members are voting liberal, and they're not voting liberal because they feel like it's the best option. It's because they fear the other party. And the worse than that, the other party hasn't been in power for years. And there's so much misinformation against the conservative. And yes, of course, there are some positioning that are not so great in progressive Canada. But there's the thing. If they are smart, if the conservatives are smart, they will not waste their political credit on that kind of stuff. So, are we having the February 2nd now?
It just depends. When it's over halfway done. I did through a different source. So. No, well. It's 75% off, but it's 75%. No, the problem yourselves is your people have to realize it's not the fact that but many people don't realize the idea that the issue itself is don't fall for the slogans. That's the issue. Most people will.
And they don't really think. They vote out of emotions and not out of thinking.
But then again, if you have media, if media doesn't think about it, you got to think about it like in the U.S. Problem is, you only need like 20%. If I ever told you only need like maybe 20% to sway an entire population, it's kind of screwed up in that regard. If you don't think about it, people act like you need a whole revolution because most people are useful idiots. Long story short.
And it's kind of rampant as well. The big issue in Canada is how socialists, they are everywhere. And they don't realize Russia used to be very socialist, and China used to be socialist. So each time socialists can really go downhill fast, and it can turn any democracy into freaking communism. This is the big risk.
It's in-stage liberalism, my friend. In-stage liberalism is probably ideally look. It's just like if it happens in the U.S., we just happen to win. Conservatives happen to win. It will be good, basically. But it's easy. Like the problem right now, you have so many people in Canada. Look, I'm not saying Poilievre entirely lost because Republicans fail because they don't know how to campaign. Poilievre knew how to campaign, but they saddled him with your October surprise was him being saddled with being saddled.
I think one of the big issue was the campaign manager that was really shit.
He couldn't push back
fired, and that's someone else.
He needed to push back against he's Trump light, or he's going to be MAGA. Because look, if liberals they think, okay, foreigners hate Trump in their own minds. All right, demonize the opponent as Trump or a very far right conservative. And then just the situation alone. He got deemed that. And Poilievre, that's why, if people actually look at it, hypothetically say, is Poilievre really going to be 100% rubber stamp Trump? No, he won't. The problem is, Carney goes, they don't think about, outside the U.S., outside of Canada, It's like Democrats don't think what they look like outside of the country. Because, see, to our Democrats, they don't like to think about the fact their policies are failing. Because it shouldn't make sense for stuff to be popular and it's not popular in the nation. Like, remember when he went global? Remember when he went to eat to Davos? Davos thought Carney was a tard. Nicely put. But at home, no one saw that coverage. It was a good
only a
campaign
score
speech.
and polls, they went higher because of that stupid speech.
But globally, he looks like a clown.
Is February 2nd ready now?
But he got that poll bump. The problem itself is it's optics. Poilievre has to win optics.
Yeah.
Hold on. So, it's done. You'll see maybe this is better.
Hopefully it is.
Hopefully. But yeah, no, the problem itself is they're going to be in campaign mode. I mean, it's kind of like Democrats here. Like, America is divided enough that it can be bad. Like, Democrats, it's not a shoo-in.
I don't see it if you try to bring it up.
No, it's not there yet. I have to put it back over.
So while we wait, I'm kind of excited about the rest of the topics for tonight. We will poke fun at Melanie Joly because she is a train wreck, and I will never understand who kind of stupid Montreal person can vote for her, really.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for...
So, because we covered many questions, we will go near the end. Actually, that one is kind of cool. There's a lady at some point.
And young Canadians are for
over the last 10 years.
Mr. In order to help us build.
I don't think it's great right now.
Canadians
It's
are dying.
glitching. Maybe it's my computer, to be honest. Hopefully it's not my computer, but that's the last guess I got.
At this point, there's 3,000 new jobs in St. Thomas because of the Volkswagen battery plant, which they're against. At this point, in the last year, 3,000 more jobs were created in Windsor at the Stellantis.
But you lost
and
jobs.
Nexstar plants
Congratulations.
because of this government.
We lost
They're
100,000
against
jobs.
Stop being against auto workers. We're an
They don't
auto
think
nation.
about
We
it.
believe in them and will invest in them.
the honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the global landscape is changing and countries around the world are looking for ways to attract talent in critical and emerging industries. Canada has
That's a
delivered
liberal.
globally impactful scientific breakthroughs, is home to world-class
This budget on the earth to make sure that we bring them to our country. So, to all those watching us or listening us right now, please come to Canada. We have lots to offer, and we can make sure that you're feeling home.
If that be true, we wouldn't need to say it. People would simply come. They don't come here because we have too much laws, too much regulation. We are stupid. We don't want a free market. There's no such thing as a free market in Canada.
That was Canada's GDP growth number in November. The fourth quarter growth number is expected to be negative. 2025 was another lost year for the Canadian economy following 10 years of near zero per capita growth. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but he hasn't repealed any of the government's anti-development laws and taxes. Conservatives have a plan to cut regulations and taxes. We're here to help. Will the Prime Minister adopt our plan?
The honourable member for Emergency Management and Community Resilience. The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, the boring lady. There's a boring lady. I cannot stand her. Only a boomer can vote for her.
That after the Conservative convention,
She knows her base. So many glitches. Do I need to go back so maybe it works? Wow. It's glitching so much. Are you still with us, Dragon?
Test the other one. See what it is.
I think it's StreamYard actually, because I cannot bring any of the others.
Is the other ones playing, or you can't bring them in?
I can't bring the others.
When was the last time you restarted your computer? 1 second, he'll be back. Well, that's unfortunate.
So, it's working better now. My. It is a disaster. I cannot bring it up. This is bad. So I will try with something else.
Let's try it. Very back. Yeah, the problem with Canada, like, I'm not saying it's wrong. Like, U.S. has its share of issues too. Like, strangely enough, like, they are not bad. It's like, 2 months when it comes back. Go to here. Huh. You good, Multi?
Hear me? Do you hear me?
Good.
Oh,
Yes.
at last.
No, you're good.
Well, do you have echo right now?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't really like doing that, but we do it right now. I don't know how to bring this up because right now I'm with my phone because apparently my computer doesn't want to work. So I'm trying to find
Is your computer not working or the way?
My computer seems to not want to work. I don't know why. So how am I supposed to find the videos?
You're doing it through mobile now, right?
Yeah, with my phone.
See on the screen, if you have admin power, you should be able to bring it up. I haven't seen it on mobile.
Okay, well.
I don't have you in your access to your StreamYards.
Okay. It says I am in dual asset mode.
Oh, that's when the last time you updated your computer.
Right now, maybe the big issue is the fact that I try to put together a video. Maybe my computer is dying right now because of that. But we are trying hard to find where the videos are at so I can screen share.
Unless you make me whatever in your StreamYards, I can't do it.
How do I do that midstream? Can we do that midstream?
Probably. You just have to have my ID, but I don't know. StreamYards.
Right now, we are troubleshooting midstream, very professional way.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why sometimes people have backup to it. Honestly,
I will try again with my computer. We will see how it goes.
have you tried a hard reset? Yeah. StreamYards is sometimes that. Hell, I'm doing 2 at once. God, I finally, after about an hour or two being stuck in the same spot, I finally found the way through. Finally.
So, I'm back.
I'm good, yes.
Hopefully, no, it still doesn't work. So,
have you done a restart?
Because if I do a restart, I think that will mess up my encoding of the video. But you know what? I think it's more important. So I will be right back. It's unfortunate, but keep people entertained.
Will do. Very easy. Can't do that. See, we have all fun. Oh, good God. That is a big boss. But yes. It'd be funny to fight this more legitly. Oh, there's an enemy like this. No, but in Canada, right? Oh. Hold on. Mute myself in my own stream a second. My bad. So, I can focus over here. So the problem in Canada, right, is you have a parties straight there like liberals. Like the problem is your liberals in Canada are like are basically here. And that's the problem is now, in reality, you guys have to vote out your people. Actually, I'll try fighting this to the jet. Oof. So, like in Canada, right? If your liberal parties are going that bad. Ooh. Okay. So yeah, you have like parliamentary liberals that are not going to help out. Now, the issue itself, that's ice. You just have to balance out the power. Like, the issue itself is yes. An informed voting public is a lot better. Don't do 2 things at once while you'd be better advisable. Oh god, that is a horrible attack. But no. So in Canada, you guys have a very strong, like, liberal presence. The problem itself is we battle that in the United States. The people who just hate Trump, it's not even the fact when people say TDS. The problem itself is you have an entire generation that basically has been raised on that. So they know no difference. Also, news is you should balance out news intake. Because here's the problem. Even in the United States, Democrats stay in power Not because of the reason, not because they can have a point, babe.
If it works. No.
Climate change, but we have a plan. We're focused.
Oh, looks like that was the issue. I
You had to
guess I will
restart the
be
thing?
fixing my video after the stream. That's
0.0. That was Canada's GDP growth number in November. The fourth quarter growth number is expected to be negative. 2025 was another lost year for the Canadian economy following 10 years of near zero per capita growth. The Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but he hasn't repealed any of the government's anti-development laws and taxes. Conservatives have a plan to cut regulations and taxes. We're here to help. Will the Prime Minister plan?
The honourable member for emergency management and community resilience. The honourable minister, I should say.
Mr. Speaker, the world has changed, and it's pretty clear that after the Conservative convention this weekend, the leader of the opposition hasn't. Conservatives keep going back to the same old attacks, demonizing diversity, denying climate change. But we have a plan. We're focused on what Canadians actually care about, supporting families and building Canada in a
She doesn't sound very smart.
New affordable.
She's not, man. She's reading her paper, but she's
reading
popular.
a paper. That's the worst part.
Like I'm guessing she's very smart outside of politics or that room because, like, I mean,
she has to be a plant.
She's probably loved by all of these boomers that are like, oh, I like how calm and quiet she is, and then they vote for her. I don't know, but like, she is terrible. Each time I see her, I think she's probably the worst member of parliament, really. Well, actually, no, there's one worse than her. The immigration minister is far worse than her. That's like the pure incompetence we have in government. But that thing right now that just spoke is a minister, folks. And she is pro disinformation. You know what happened? During the convention, there was backlash in some of the policies we decided to not adopt. And that was toward LGBTQ plus because we were leaning too much toward the left, and that enraged so many conservatives that are like the most conservative in the bunch. But yet she says, oh, we are against diversity. Sure, girl, sure. That will fly high for all of the low information voters. But like, anyone that's been in that convention feels insulted right now. I just cannot stand her. I don't know, like, Carney just places people in cabinet that are not competent for these jobs. It's just fascinating that someone would elect him as prime minister.
Ability measures, including the groceries and essential benefits that will help up to 1.3 million. Time, Conservatives got serious.
Here. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Prime Minister said in Davos, there's a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along. Well, the moment for Canada to show up is here. Canadian-made parts have been found in weapons killing civilians in Gaza, Sudan, and Yemen. A Canadian-made armored vehicle was seen in Minneapolis the day I shot and killed Alex Pretty. Will the Prime Minister live by his words and, quote, stop pretending to name reality and support Bill C-233, the No More Loopholes Act, so that Canadians is not complicit in these horrific acts against humanity?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the member opposite to be accurate in her representation.
That's so hypocrite. We just had the previous minister gaslighting and lying. I cannot stand these people, really. They are the pinnacle of I lie and people will believe me because I'm a liberal.
First, Canada has one of the strongest export permit regimes in the world. Second, Canada has not approved any new permits for items to Israel that could be used in the current conflict in Gaza since
But we sent a bunch of money over there.
January.
We don't quite know who's getting the money, but they're receiving money for sure. Because that's Canada.
Mr. Speaker, third, all permits suspended in 2024 remain suspended and cannot be used to export to Israel. Again, I urge.
And that was a disaster first 40-ish minutes.
Is the honourable member for Ron Woodbridge standing up on a point of order? No. Okay. Okay.
By the way, the fun fact about when you see about the Israel stuff is if they say, in fact, that, like, I think, like, the stuff with Israel, like, people are just saying it's bad. You need to do check back. Like, it's kind of stupid.
So let's cover parts of a train wreck of a interview with Melanie, Joly, one of these incompetent that are given a minister cabinet position because why not? You know, like we have so much money to waste in incompetence. This is Canada for you.
Clear from the lesson of
we
what's
won't
been
watch the
happening
entire
over the course of the last year.
Video. We will
the
only
previous arrangements were
watch parts of
more
it, but
effective.
still, let's get into it.
And we're going to work hard to move back towards that.
We will.
As
where are the action, Marcus Carney?
For the auto sector as a whole, has given extensive consultations. That's what the auto sector thinks is in the best interest as well. That said, what we're doing today is robust to whatever tariff outcome happens in that review.
Prime Minister Mark Carney there unveiling a new auto sector strategy the feds say will make the industry less reliant on gas-powered vehicles. And as you heard there, less dependent on the U.S. Here's a break.
It's kind of funny. What are invested in green tech? The rich and the liberals. So is it really for the environment or is it for the wallet? I know the answer, but the average liberal voter doesn't. The average liberal voter thinks, oh, we are pro-nature. We want to protect nature. We want to protect the environment. It's BS. But hey, welcome to Canada where propaganda is rampant.
Breakdown. The government says they'll scrap the electric vehicle sales mandate, another Trudeau-era environmental policy now gone.
Well, they do. I don't
Instead,
think
they're
so.
promising new emission standards to be detailed in the future. And rebates are returning, with the government launching a 5-year EV affordability program to the tune of $2.3 billion. The rebate is $5,000 for EVs, $2,500 for plug-in hybrids. The rebates apply to vehicles not just made in Canada, but in countries we have free trade deals with. Ontario Premier Doug Ford was absent from the Fed's announcement, but in his own press conference was asked if he'd consider provincial EV rebates.
We took a different approach. I remember when I first got elected, we were giving rebates to millionaires that were buying
the Melanie Joly
percent
segment?
of all our,
oh, there she is. Let's listen to a competence if it was a person.
Means whatever it takes to protect our auto workers.
Melanie Joly is the Federal Minister of Industry. Hi, Minister. Pleasure, as always, to welcome you back to the program. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
The new strategy that you and the Prime Minister announced today appears to be all in on EVs. How can you be sure, given the volatility in the North American market and your government's history with that sector, that it's the right decision?
Because the wallet of Marcus Carney will benefit from that. And you know what? There's the green portion of the liberal voter that are really having these goosebumps when they hear EV mandates and when they hear their government telling them, yeah, we get to choose what kind of car you're driving because we are in a dystopian future. Well, actually present because it's happening right now. let's really listen to that trap that's so easily being placed by Vasi. And I will also be honest there. I think Vasi, that journalist that's doing the interview right now, is probably the last journalist in Canada with some kind of integrity and some kind of morality. But even there, I always feel like she's pushing back less on liberals, but I think she is the most honest in the dishonest bunch. And she earned my respect a lot more than most of these incompetent that basically push propaganda. So let's really hear about Melanie Joly getting trapped into Vasi question there, because I this is what will happen. I spoiled it. Why is it not working?
Well, first and foremost, it is all in for automaking in Canada. So it is supporting Toyota, Honda, that are producing 77% of all our auto production, obviously, in Canada.
And nothing is Canadian. It's all, I think, Japanese.
Those working in Windsor, in Oakville, in Ottawa. So it is first and foremost a Buy Canada policy. And then, of course, we also believe that the future of the industry is EV. Why? Because by 2035, we know that 40%.
I will pause here right now. Buy Canada policy. They run on that. You know what? Who run on something similar? The USA. So they bring USA policies in Canada. The Liberals are doing it. This is what's going on right now. Because the USA said buy American. And Canada says buy Canadian. Yet we basically ask China for loans to make them build ferries and flood our market of their EVs, because we say something and we do something else. Welcome to Canada under the Liberals.
Of EVs,
I don't know what's going on. It's terrible. It's glitching again. And I did restart my computer, so I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's really StreamYard, the issue. Dragon, are you still with us?
Well, it is happening in Europe. It is happening in Asia, in Latin America, everywhere. The only place in the world where that has not really been happening as much is really North America. But we know that that's the trend. And so while other countries are taking their own decisions, and while we can't control what's going on in Washington, we need to make sure that we embrace progress. It is our promise to auto workers that they will continue to have great jobs in the future. And so that's why we're also investing.
By the way, if that was a trend, that's before I lagged out. If that was a trend, they wouldn't need to subsidize it. People would go after it, and the free market would speak. But because they need to force down our throat that kind of mandate, it just proves North America doesn't want this crap.
In electrification.
And certainly I understand the motivation, right? And I wouldn't try to say that your government wants anything other than to make sure this sector is around. But I also think part of my job is making sure that what you're promising will actually result in that. And when I look...
Dragon, plan B. Restart your computer, because I did restart mine, so I don't think it's mine. Dragon, are you still with us?
1 second. 1 second.
Because I just did restart it. Hopefully it's your computer and it's not StreamYard. Because right now I did clean up a lot of my tabs, and it's just what we will use for this stream that's basically up.
Jesus, maybe it worse. It's the other. Give me a sec.
Look at the record of the Liberals in this sector. There are major challenges presented. For example, I can think back to 2022 when then the minister who occupied.
So maybe restart your computer, and in the meantime, I will stop screen sharing. It's 3:52. But yeah, it's just fascinating. The green scam has brainwashed so many people. I'm so tired of it. Can Canada wake up and realize, you know what, the elite, they see a breach in the system, they use it. They see weakness, they use it. This is exactly what's going on. The elites, they know we are gullible and stupid. That's why they can get away with that kind of crap. That's why there are still people out there that believe in the green scam. I'm so tired of Canada. I will never say it enough. Canada is the hellscape. We are surrounded by sheeps. It's so tragic.
At the time, Francois-Philippe Champagne said, "Today is proof that Canada's auto sector is here for the long term." And that was when you were announcing more federal money going towards GM in Ingersoll and Oshawa. You know, as well as our viewers know, what has happened now. There are other examples of billions of dollars that your government promised because the EV sector was going to be the sector of the future, and things dramatically changed, and we're having trouble recouping those costs. Why in this instance should Canadians trust your government is doing something that will keep the sector alive when that has not been the case?
And I think that's a fair question. And that was the question we were struggling with, which was, you know, how can we make sure that we protect our auto base, our industrial base, and at the
And how can they lie so they don't admit the true reason behind the green scam? But Dragon, did you do anything on your side?
I would laugh.
Same time, how can we be
OBS.
ambitious? And that's why we were, I think, able to square the circle. Because when you look at it, after 10 years of investment, even nearly 15 years of investments in.
You know what she tried to say? Now she's trying to blame the end of the Harper era. This is what's going on. This is where we are heading at now. It's no longer the 10 years of incompetence of the Liberals. Now let's blame Harper again. The guy is no longer in freaking office. When he was in office, you know what? We had one of the best middle class in the world. We were on par with the USA. This is Canada under fiscally responsible, incompetent leaders. Something we didn't get in almost 11 years now. It's crazy. It's crazy to say it's the end of the Harper era. No. It's propaganda. And you know what? As much as Vassie does push back sometimes, here I don't think she will push back enough. But hey, that's my take. Let's hear out.
The problem is you got a lot of them. They don't have any kind of... Okay, I was going to say this. So liberal people... traditionally, let's say it's low information voters. Both conservatives, let's say the US is 20, let's say it's 2020, 10, maybe 20. Let's say it's about independents and libertarians still basically decide our elections. So the thing is, if it's just slogans, it's kind of interesting. Like, take Minneapolis as an example. They're so blind, they don't look at walls or the think it is, because Democrats say blame Trump, and they all blame ICE, blame whatever the liberals want to blame, and then it just gets worse.
Sector, the biggest investments are now actually happening and hiring people, because it is what happened in
the public sector
with
for more
LG
tax.
and Stellantis building a battery plant, and people, the company is still hiring, and at term it's 3,000 jobs. St. Thomas, so basically the Volkswagen plant in St. Thomas is being built as we speak, and it is to hire 3,000 people, and the hiring
Where was the
has
pushback
already
about
started.
them
So
blaming the conservative
these
again?
investments are transforming communities. At the same time, what we're doing is we're making sure that our investment in defense, particularly I must say, submarine procurement, is able to, we're through submarine procurement, we're able to attract either investments from Korea or from Germany. And also, we know that there's lots of interest by Chinese companies to invest in Canada and produce cars here, but we want to make sure that
on us. They
auto
want
workers are
leverage on
protected.
us.
So we'll favor unionization.
I
We
can't
want to make sure that the
we
software
normalize our relationship with China. It's nasty. It's crazy. These people, I will never. Well, I do understand. They are vile people at their core. They are not moral people. They are immoral. They are disgusting. They are corrupt. This is what we have here in Canada. It's rotten to the core. China, really, each time they bring China back, it's sickening. It's sickening that they respect, or they pretend to respect more China than freaking USA. You guys are the land of the free. China is the land of the surveillance and the jail time.
No, it's the
You
thing
don't
about
ban
it is, no, they just think the issue is itself, is they'll think it's, look, China basically has a population conditioned to be servant class. The problem with like Canada is maybe not this is might be the same thing. The issue itself is inherently, can you stop that, or is that going to be just what it is? Because if you try to say, oh, that's not real or something to that degree, people may not believe it. And now the other problem is, I mean, sheeple population is a real deal. Sounds crazy, but sheeple do exist.
these cars is also safe, and we want to make sure that there's a local supply chain. So basically, our small and medium-sized businesses can support these investments. So all that to say,
Yeah, we will flood
it is,
market
I agree,
with
an
Chinese
ambitious
EVs.
approach, but we also think that the North American market actually will continue to change. And we think we should not be naive, and we think that there may be Chinese investments coming in the future in other parts of...
We shouldn't be naive. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's gaslighting at the finest. It's naive to think there's a future in EVs.
The
It's
problem with the
ridiculous.
China, no,
It's
the
too
issue,
costly. People
I've said this
can't
before, they
afford
are,
food. This is what's going on in Canada. Some people
no,
live in
look at
goddamn
California.
tents.
California example. They shut down their nuclear power plants, right? So
We got people living in tents. And she speaks about being naive about EVs.
No. So if you think about like EVs, right? They want EVs to be affordable. But in reality, EVs aren't that affordable. So
and only like I heard like only 5 to 10% of the EVs are truly emission free, which is hilarious.
Realistically, right? Like there's places like I live in North Central Texas. We get people who buy Teslas. Teslas are basically, they're not bad in various forms, but if you have the energy grid, but they're also not as cheap as people think they are. So, fun fact.
Well. I guess now we move on to something very interesting. So we got Jivani, one of our conservative MP, and the guy decided to go talk to GD Vance, his friend down south, the vice president, and you know why he did that? Well, there are a lot of videos, so we will get into the why and the reasons. I will let him speak for himself, but it created drama, and it's fun, and it's entertaining, it's enjoyable.
Well, the problem is, right? See, up where you are, it doesn't take much. Think of it this way. If you're not familiar with history, it's the Roman population was fed. The dictators were able to keep power in Rome with bread and circuses. It was only a problem till people weren't entertained and things become bad. The problem with Poilievre is Poilievre has to physically, like, he might be in campaign mode. The problem is if you don't have good speakers. Like Republicans and other conservative factions in the U.S. always kind of either suck at campaigning. It's not like I hear from our liberals. They go, oh, they're always surviving. They're trying to survive. No. The people who are vast sheep or low information voters flip with a trend. They'll probably break from conservative in 6 years. But they broke from the liberals and the progressives in the U.S. The problem itself is a lot of it is perception. But our economy is still largely intact to a degree. Inflation came down. People can still find, you might not find the most optimal jobs, but you can find a job that can work. The problem itself is, food's at least affordable to a degree. Health insurance and auto insurance is high right now still. But the cost of living is that. But see, even in the U.S., Trump's approval rating is below 50. Or barely above 50. That's not good going into midterms.
He may lose power.
Basically, it's not, okay, he won't lose power. The problem itself is our midterms will really tell us the thing. It's not like people see the economy. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The problem is like Minnesota and the other stuff. Trump's placed his, basically stuck his flag into ice in a bunch of other stuff. Like, if there's a major dip in the economy, like Trump took a giant risk that basically the economy's turning around. There's been Democrats taking special elections, but that's not 100% going to stay. I live in Texas, and the funny thing is, there was a 30-point swing in a race. But the problem is that's not a repudiation of Trump entirely. See, that's what I need to look into personally.
That's interesting, but now I just realized there's an important part of the stream I wanted to cover. I forgot to share a link with you, so you can download it now. I will send it to you. So download this. We will cover that eventually at some point today. Not the entire thing, but still download the entire thing. I just sent it to you. So now we will hear about Pierre Poilievre, and you will see Pierre Poilievre 2.0 right now. Let's get into it.
Les Canadiens ont besoin de l'espoir. L'espoir que la vie
Canadians need hope
abordable.
To have an affordable life.
Que les jeunes puissent acheter
so young people can purchase new houses and start businesses.
Peuvent devenir sécuritaires.
And to have a secure country
avec tous les partis,
with all of the parties of the country
abordable et sécuritaire.
For an affordable country.
On a déjà dit au Premier ministre qu'on était prêt à travailler avec
we already told the Prime Minister we were ready to help out.
Parce que l'espoir sans résultat, c'est une hallucination. Et c'est ce qu'on a maintenant. Après 10 ans des libéraux, la vie est coûteuse.
After 10 years of the Liberals, life is no longer affordable. And we depend more on the government.
Mais c'était une illusion. Un an plus tard, le coût à l'épicerie augmente plus rapidement que parmi tous les pays du G7.
After a year under Carney, our groceries cost more than the rest of the J7. And we got more criminality in our streets. And he didn't change a single law to change things in the right way, in the right direction.
Est en baisse et peut-être en récession selon les économistes. Et nous sommes plus dépendants que jamais.
Toward the recession, according to the economists.
Malgré le fait que nous lui avions donné des pouvoirs exceptionnels dans la loi C5.
Despite
Donc aujourd'hui,
us giving the Liberals formidable powers through C5.
On est prêt à travailler avec lui.
I'm surprised that one is in French, actually. I thought it was an English segment.
Pour renverser les taxes libérales et l'inflation libérale. On est prêt à travailler pour
We are ready to reverse everything the Liberals did wrong.
On est prêt à travailler pour enlever les lois libérales pour
We are willing to remove the harmful laws that stop energy development and our natural resources.
Convertir l'illusion en réalité.
To convert the illusion.
Je note qu'on a déjà fait ça. Il y a des lois C18, C13, C14, C5, C3, C4, C12 qu'on a déjà aidé à accélérer. On a montré notre capacité de travailler.
They showed the capacity to work with the government
de notre pays.
as long as it helps the country.
De mettre l'abordabilité, l'autosuffisance
affordability
et la sécurité avant
and
la
independence are priorities for the
Conservatives.
Conservatives.
Thanks, everyone. Canadians need hope right now. They need hope. You want to sneak by here? Good to see you. This is not hope. This is not hope over here.
He's mocking some Liberals MPs.
We're
working. We're actually going to work.
You better start. We've got this is the group here that have given you the most expensive groceries in the G7, and hopefully they'll work in the opposite direction. People need hope that they can actually afford their lives, afford to go to the grocery store, afford to buy homes, afford to live in Canada once again, afford that they'll be safe on their streets. Hope that we'll be a self-reliant economy and military. After 10 years of Liberals, life is expensive, dangerous, and our economy is more dependent than ever. Mr. Carney promised change. After a year, we've seen nothing but illusions. In reality, life is even worse now than when he took office. The illusion was that he would give us affordable groceries. The reality is that he's given us the worst grocery price inflation in the G7. The illusion was that he'd get rid of the carbon tax. The reality is he's brought in another one. The illusion was that he was going to build homes. The reality is that home building is collapsing in G7, in Vancouver and Toronto, and we have the most expensive housing in the G7. The illusion was that he was going to bring safety. The reality is he hasn't changed a single word in the criminal code or gotten rid of a single catch and release Liberal law. The illusion was that he was going to build, baby, build. Remember that? Well, the reality is that even though we gave him exceptional powers in Bill C-5, that he said he needed to build really fast. We gave him that bill in 5 days. We're now 7 months later. He has not approved a single project using that bill. The illusion was that he was going to open new markets in the world, and there's been lots of photo ops and signing ceremonies, but he's not signed a single new free trade agreement with any country. And in fact, he has not gotten the deal that he promised he would have with the Americans by July 21st. Canadians cannot live in Mr. Carney's illusions. They live in the costly, dangerous, and dependent reality that he has created. My message to him is to work with us. Work with us to fast-track results for an affordable, safe, self-reliant Canada. We've got concrete proposals, and we have a track record of showing that we're willing to work together. We fast-tracked Bill C-18, C-13, C-14, C-5, C-3, C-4, and C-12. We're the ones trying to hit the gas pedal. My message to Mr. Carney, stop hitting the brakes, because Canadians need hope for affordable, safe, and secure Canada. Thank you.
He's going to ask you to work with him. He's going to ask you to work with him. Like
Yeah.
That's us. He's going to say, you need to work with us. We're the government.
Well, look,
Why don't you get on board and get out of the way?
we're not, we have been working to fast track anything that we believe, however modest, might make life a little more affordable, a little safer, and our economy a little stronger. So it's he that is holding up the show. He's been in power for almost a year now, promising rapid change. But I ask Canadians, what's changed in your life? Are your groceries affordable? Is your rent affordable? Are your streets safe? No, they're not. All of those things have thus far been an illusion. But the good news is, we're here to work to fast track the changes and the results that Canadians need.
Can I ask what advice you gave Mr. Jivani before his trip to Washington?
And who is he meeting there?
So the advice I've given all of our MPs is you need to fight for jobs in your community. Mr. Jivani's community has been hit with a massive job loss, 1,200 jobs in the auto sector, and he's going to fight for those auto workers, as all of our MPs have been doing. You know, Mr. Carney had promised that he would get us a deal by last July. My message to him today is Conservatives are here to work with the Prime Minister and with the government to knock down these unjust tariffs and fight for our workers, fight for their jobs, and fight for our economic independence.
How are you dealing with Mr. Trump, sir? Foreign affairs are half the job of the Prime Minister, surely.
Right.
And surely this is a unique time.
Absolutely.
We didn't hear a lot about Mr. Trump from your speech in Calgary. We're asking, where do you want to take the relationship with Mr. Trump? How would you do it? How would you do differently? How do you deal with your caucus?
So the sound is not that great, but the journalist is like, a lot of your base is into MAGA stuff. What is your plan with Trump? Do you want to get closer with Trump? And I think the answer will be very interesting.
Where a fair amount of people are pro with Mr. Trump.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part. Where the
The
fair amount of
last
people.
part is a fair amount of the Conservative membership seems to be, and part of your caucus seems to be very supportive of Mr. Trump in some ways.
Well, I don't think, I think you're reading in assumptions here. How would I deal with it? We need our country to be strong, self-reliant, and sovereign, able to stand on its own 2 feet. Then we can negotiate from a position of strength.
So it took control of the narrative, debunking, oh yeah, conservative or MAGA, because this is what the media tried to spin, and it may have worked last year, but I don't think this time around it will work.
So the labeling him that way is the perception. Canadians easily have this problem. TDS is mild. It's kind of like Bill O'Reilly's been more blunt lately. I have to show you a segment Europe will talk a big moralistic game, but they have no concept of really what's going on in America, kind of as we don't really understand some of theirs. But they just see what people come out. So there's a lot of people, even if I talk to random Europeans, they'll be like, well, Trump's bad, Trump's evil. I'm like, what do you guys hear about him? oh, Trump is like through the world. Like there was a period through, like after Trump got elected, like it was a guy in Argentina, like and a couple of other world leaders, the prime minister in Italy. They're like, oh, she's going to be like Trump. She's going to be like Trump. Nothing like it. So the problem is Poilievre has to, he might be conservative, but a lot of liberals think Trump is. Now, I will say Trump is shaking the balance of power. He is a populist, and he's inspiring a lot of populism in the world. But he has about as much influence in Canada over any other part of the world. Because
I'd also add this. I'd rather have a populist than a globalist. Globalists are the worst species.
Well, the problem is
they should go to jail or on trial at least.
No,
because they are insult to democracy.
So the problem with the globalist economy is globalism is kind of collapsing. The problem is globalism thrives. The funny thing about Carney, under Trudeau, you guys were largely a WEF and International Monetary State blocking Belt and Road. But within 4 years and getting Carney out, you guys are going to basically to serve China. Now, it's not the perception, because even Davos is basically saying people need to cut back on globalism, which they're all in on AI right now, like AI investment in this, but that is a separate matter because they're going very futuristic. But most of Davos is. But when you look at a lot of stuff, if a reporter asked, what is it going to be, the thing? Carney has no leverage anywhere in the world. He's a satellite. Like, every time he comes to the U.S., Trump kind of does it. Like, it's not he pays attention to him. He'll sit there like a puppet or like some stuffed animal in a corner. But the issue itself is he's like, give me something I can take back home. Like, the Davos speech looks good to Canada. It probably gave him a buff in Canada. But every time he's been traveling abroad, he's been trying to get deals. Everyone tells him to go take a hike. As I said, there's a resurgence in nationalism. Now, it's taking off in areas. I mean, the UK is kind of learning it, but they're having a problem. They still have the same problem you guys have.
Australia are just further down the road.
Australia is becoming a far progressive it's already super liberal. It's going to a progressive hellhole.
The first place that will turn into a totalitarian, authoritarian regime is Australia. They are the first one. And
Well,
if the UK don't course correct, they are the next ones.
Oh, the fun part is about Australia. Australia was similar to Canada in a way, in how they did pass the Facebook, the social media bans for anyone under 16. The thing is, YouTube, Meta, and all these platforms are like, we're going to have a hard time confirming that no 16-year-olds or less get access to these platforms. And the government's like, give us access. Meta and YouTube are already like fighting it. They're trying it. Meta,
For example, we need to rapidly approve a pipeline to the Pacific. That means not announcements or meaningless memorandums, but a permit to get it in the ground. We need to get rid of the capital gains tax on reinvestments in Canada to bring back that $500 billion the Liberals have sent south. And then we need to look the President of the United States in the eye and say that the only way for us to be safe, secure, and better off on both sides of the border is to have free and fair reciprocal cross-border trade combined with both doing our parts to protect our territories in North America. That's the approach that I would take.
By the way, what's the one
He speaks like a freaking prime minister, a lot more than Mark Scarney.
By the way, what's that February?
One more question, because
3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5 is the question period. It's 58 minutes. The thumbnail, I don't quite know. Let me look into it.
Is it the 6th? It's not 6th.
The fifth one is, yeah, the fifth one is 3, 4, 5. So 3, 4, 5. I just realized I don't think I sent you 3, 4, 5. Did I send you 3, 4, 5?
No. Just 2 and 6.
Oh, you're right. I didn't send it to you.
That's
so
why
I'll send
I
it
figured
to you.
it was that one, but I'm like, you did it.
I just realized
the problem is I was trying to do Neo. Neo apparently in the back end doesn't do well in OBS. It's the
I will send you the link. 1 sec.
Yes.
It's fascinating. At least you looked into it. You're
I
right.
did my due diligence. I tried to have multiples of it.
So I will send it to you here. There we go. Copy and paste.
Yeah.
Did you have time to download the Stephen Harper one?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. That's the one. 3, 4, 5. Well. You know what? We will listen to that question because that's near the end of the interview, and I'm curious to hear the response.
What bills are giving you options in Prime Minister?
Oui.
Sont très sceptiques dans les commentaires publics. Par exemple, ce matin, le ministre Champagne qui disait « Ah oui, ils disent beaucoup de choses, mais on n'est pas certain. Si vous avez vu mon témoignage en comité hier soir, je trouvais qu'ils n'étaient pas collaboratifs. » Pourtant, il y a eu cette motion là, pour faire accélérer le projet de loi C-19. Alors, pourquoi, selon vous, il y a ce scepticisme-là?
Attention, il faut distinguer deux choses complètement différentes.
So basically what she's asking is, you are willing to work with the opposition and the no, rewind. You are willing to work with the government as the opposition, and Champagne was hinting at the opposition not agreeing with C9 being the rebate, and now Poilievre is like, you need to be cautious about how you frame things and how people frame things. We don't agree with that rebate, but if the Liberals think it can help people, we will go through with it. This is basically what Poilievre said. So he doesn't agree with the rebate, but he will support it simply because he wants to help as many Canadians as he can.
Well, I mean, the problem with him is, even at best, as I've said, he is a moderate he's moderately conservative or a social conservative. The issue with social conservatives are he can't just throw. It's kind of like even in the U.S., Republicans and even our conservatives, which are traditional, no, once literally a social bill is passed, you've got to either replace it or you're not losing it. So let's say the Affordable Health Care Act basically gets repealed. There was a repeal Obamacare, which is the Affordable Health Care Act. The problem itself, right, is once a social thing is passed, you're not repealing it. Now, if Poilievre is willing to work and throw the bone to the opposition, meaning
the reverse. So Pierre Poilievre is the opposition, and he throws a bone to the government so they can say the opposition helped the government.
So if they're asking if he's going to get elected, would he be willing to work with the other side? He'll probably work with the other side better than Carney does. Because you got to look at it like, it's not like in America that, I mean, here in the U.S., or parts, Trump's told Democrats basically to pound sand. Now, Trump thinks all these people are going to bend, but he still has to give some leeway and talk to it. But there's enough Democrats after a bid that will bend.
So now we will enter a new segment, and that's the segment Twitter time, because there's a few clips on Twitter that are very interesting. We will cover them, and then we will get back to the next clip you have waiting, Liberal MP Speaks. So right now we will spend some time on Twitter. Let's get into the Twitter stuff. I will screen share. There we go. So we will cover Melanie Joly once again, gaslighting and lying, because this is all we get from her. And yet she gets elected, and yet people still believes in her. I will never understand. I despise that MP. I think she's one of the worst. She's like the bottom of the barrel. And right now I'm scrolling down. I need to find. There we go. That's the clip. That clip is fascinating.
Last question.
And it's a lesson on how incompetent Melanie Joly is. So let's do this. I'm excited about that clip. And we will zoom in. Each time I see her more on camera, I despise her even more. I will never understand how people can vote for that individual. Well, let's get into it.
Would you personally drive a Chinese-made EV? Yes or no?
You wouldn't?
I said, would you?
But my question is, you
I'm
wouldn't?
the one asking the questions here. You're the one answering.
Well, I'm asking a question to you too.
I'm asking you.
You're here to answer our question.
The point of the committee is that the committee members ask you questions.
I'm willing to
Are you
drive
serious?
a very great.
You're asking me. I'm asking
1% at a
Canadian
time.
People are
Please,
asking you.
MP Ho, your time is up. MP Ho, your time is up.
I'll just finish, Chair. I'm willing to drive a great Canadian-made vehicle, and that will be my focus.
It's a laughing stock. You see the chair was laughing? I've seen the chair laughing. It's disgusting. It's sickening. These liberals, they think once they show up in community, it's like I can't remember the exact word. It's like at school when you have a break and you go at the courtyard and you play with your friends. This is exactly how it feels when I see a liberal chair laughing at whatever Joly is doing.
What's her past record? Do you mind me asking?
Which past record? What do you mean?
How long has she been there? Has she hold any office before?
10 years. And she almost became cabinet minister in every way she could. Like, she held so many different cabinet positions. At some point, right now she's industry, but at some point she was foreign policies. She was immigration. She was always in cabinet. Like, she was probably one of Trudeau's best friends. I just cannot stand her.
So the thing about her is, let me give you a comparison of what she's probably like. So the Democrats had at one point a group of women called the Squad, or the Five. One was like a Palestinian woman. Another one was Elon Omar. and another was like, so Illinois, Mar, AOC. I think there was like two others. I just forget who the other ones were. Like AOC, right? AOC is kind of a loudmouth. Like you'll see her occasionally. Like she'll say something really stupid. It's not that she says stupid things. I'm not the brightest in the world. But she'll come out like this one. She's put up there to hold the spot. But she'll say something. And she's a darling of the party. As long as she's not saying something publicly stupid. Now, if she posted this physically and someone actually held her, yeah, it's not that the people laugh at her. The issue itself is even Democrats think AOC is a joke.
So I will tell you this. This is a circus. And you see, the liberals, they always complain when the conservative, they filibuster stuff to slow down the process of having really trash laws, because this is what the liberals are striving to make, trash laws. And now we get clips like that. It's so hypocrite. You can't complain about conservative filibustering while your minister of industry is thinking it's a joke and it's playtime. She's laughing. She's not answering any question. And
what
her
was
job,
the context? She was talking.
She wasn't commenting. This is a commentary. So that means the opposition gets to ask questions to the minister on decision making. And based on the question I heard on that clip, it was aiming at the car industry, the EVs, and that kind of stuff. And she was not taking that seriously. She was just, oh yeah, it's playtime. It's disgusting. She has one job.
If I would like to see if there was a longer clip, because it's funny, because if the question was, would you drive that, and why would you want Chinese EVs? Okay.
Well, we can replay it and you'll see it yourself. This is the question. So let's play it again.
Last question. Would you personally drive a Chinese-made EV? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
I said, would you?
But my question is,
I'm the one asking the questions here. You're the one answering.
Well, I'm asking.
She doesn't take that seriously. That's a yes or no question. What does she do? She deflects. She asks him.
Would she say, would you? Did she say, what? Did she say, would you?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like the and you? Like at the beginning before she goes?
She's like a petulant child.
Actually, replay that. If she says that right at the beginning. Second. How do you remember?
Last question. Would you personally drive a Chinese-made EV? Yes or no?
You wouldn't?
I said, would you?
But my question is, you
I'm
wouldn't?
the one asking the questions here. You're the one answering.
Well, I'm asking a question to you too.
I'm asking you.
You're here to answer our question.
The part of the committee is that the committee members ask you questions.
I'm willing to
Are you
drive
serious?
a very great.
This is playtime.
No,
she
that's
thinks
a
it's a joke.
I thought I heard it. No, I thought I heard what she said. She says, no, it's not the question of no you. She said, would, it sounded like, would you? I go, you wouldn't?
Send her overseas. Go make waste some taxpayer money on her, like being the embassy of France. I don't know, like, I cannot stand her. Pack your bag and send her overseas.
No,
we deserve better than this shit.
What's worse about that is she's asked the question.
And she deflects.
Then
and that's
starts,
a yes or no question. This is what they do in comedy. It's insulting.
Actually, no, she tries to make sport. She's making sport. She's trying to. She thinks if she gets him into a hypocritical thing, she goes, "Would you buy and drive a Chinese mass market EV that they can't sell because their economy is bad for them?" The funny thing about it is, that's why they try to pawn it off on Trump. Trump said no about it. She's just being it's childish. Like, that's not very much a smart thing. It's like, no, would you drive a Chinese? Why do you care so much? You're a hypocrite. No.
She's freaking cabinet. She represents the government.
And here's the thing. She goes, I would be proud to drive a Canadian-made vehicle. But that's besides the point. The question is literally about the Chinese EVs that they're trying to dump on you guys. Just saying.
It's Canada. We are a banana republic, as one can call it.
No, that's just bad representation. Like, that's just...
That's insulting.
No, she literally just goes... It's almost like it's not a deflection, but it's an insult. Basically, she tried to set the guy up to look like a hypocrite. And he's just like, very stern. Answer it. Would you do it? That's why I said it's like... But she also says, I would drive a Canadian car or something. It's like, but you miss the whole part where she goes, you wouldn't?
It's all game for Melanie Joly. She gets $300K a year to laugh at people.
No,
I'm on my way to Washington,
I
DC,
really think
and I
it
want to
is. They
explain
don't
to
realize
you.
it's a joke.
So, now we will listen to Jivani. This is right before his trip to Washington.
I'm on my way to Washington, D.C., and I want to explain to you, the Canadian people, exactly why. Because you're probably going to hear about it. I'm going to Washington because I want to help Prime Minister Mark Carney be successful in negotiating a trade deal with the United States. Now, that might sound counterintuitive because I am a principled conservative. He is our liberal Prime Minister. But the reality is that this is not a partisan issue. CUSMA and trade with the United States is so important to the Canadian economy and to our future as an independent, self-reliant nation that conservatives and liberals don't need to fight over this at all. In fact, we need to work together. The leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre, has said as much. He has offered help from conservatives to the Liberal government on this issue, and I'm acting on that. In my opinion, this is not about posturing or politics. This is about business and workers. This is about unions and entrepreneurs. This is about whether we have a growing economy with stability for investment and opportunity for our young people, or whether our economy is perpetually in a state of uncertainty. I am kind of sick and tired of the politics on this issue. I'm sick and tired of the posturing and the virtue signaling. I'm sick and tired of people being worried about what someone's going to call you on Facebook or on social media comments, what the media might say. The reality is that there are people suffering right now in our country because of the state of our economy. And inasmuch as we want Canada to be as strong and independent as possible, the reality is that 3/4 of our exports go to the United States. And if we want an economy that is good for our young people, if we want an economy that supports public services for seniors in our communities, we've got to work with the Americans. There are people who've been running around this country for over a year now, talking about their elbows, flapping about. I just don't find that impressive. I don't find it serious. I take this issue seriously. And as a guy who went to law school in the United States and has a strong network there, I think I have something to offer to help build bridges of communication between our two countries. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm alarmed when I see things like the talking about China and communist governments and doing more business with them. I get alarmed when I see announcements of electric vehicles now being imported into Canada while we have a crisis in our auto industry. I get alarmed in my home community when I see museums in Oshawa, like the Tank Museum or the Auto Museum, offering free admission to GM employees to do everything they can to just stand in solidarity with people whose lives have been turned upside down because of the economic uncertainty, the tariffs, and the lack of a good trade relationship with our biggest trading partner. So yeah, I say this to you knowing what's about to come my way. I know what all the critics are going to say, and I know what all the frothing, elbow-waving, anti-American activists are about to say about me. But I just don't care. I care more about you. I care more about the Canadian people, the people who want a future in this country and know that we need serious leadership, the people who believe that you elect people to do what's right and to stand up for you and fight for you above any kind of partisanship.
You see, this is, I wanted to play the entertain, but I think this ending, this is beyond partisanship. It is amazing to hear that. It's the kind of thought process that should rule our government, especially in foreign affairs right now. You see, the Liberals, they didn't really want a deal. You see, the Liberals, they didn't want to work with other parties. They wanted to act like they got a majority. They wanted the people to be scared of Trump so they can re-elect him. It's disgusting. It's sickening. And you know what? Everyone lose their mind because a conservative went in Washington to get a deal while the government doesn't even try. This is exactly what's going on. And now this is the narrative. Either the government doesn't try or the government is incompetent. If Jivani comes back here with the deal, with proposition, with solution, and yeah.
He misunderstands. I'm going to be honest with you. Let me give you a cold hard truth about a lot of liberal people. Not everybody. And take it from our people who are, I hate to go back to Minnesota a lot. The people protesting ICE and backing Tim Walz, going against the deportation Trump's trying to do to get rid of criminal aliens. You have an entire population that would rather have PDFs, drug dealers flooding their communities than support Trump because they think he's the orange dictator trying to get rid of people. They would rather have actual PDFs running around their communities, but they would not be caught dead in a group of them alone. But principally, they have to stand against Trump himself. And the same could be said for most people who are diehard liberals. They do not care. The problem is they live to oppose the problem. And these are probably largely, this is why fundamentally a lot of people oppose progressives. Progressives are different than conservative and liberals. They want progress, the rest of society be damned. But largely a lot of liberals are very progressive. So when you propose a solution to them, they always have to be finding problems, find someone to be oppressed. It's not that they try to hold on to their power. They're seeing that as their base. The problem with your government is they've been running status quo. We need to make drug abuse care easier. Okay, we solve one problem. We solve another. They make another program to fix that prior program or issue. They don't realize 5 programs down the road, they're the ones who paved every brick of that road, and they have to solve it. So when it comes time for liberals to solve it, it's hard for them to look back, because even Democrats in the U.S. with immigration policy, we're dealing with 10 years plus of immigration neglect, not from conservatives, from Democrats, Biden letting them in. Let's just use this as an example. We're saying we want them out. Tariffs the same way. But liberals do not understand that they caused it. Now, the crap with the tariffs in Canada, Carney could have had a deal if he just came to Trump, lowered his pride, he would have had an overall deal. A lot of the average probable Canadian, I wish him luck. He could bring the perfect deal back to Carney. Carney won't do
this job because I thought there was important work that needed to be done in our country. Yes. And I thought that on behalf of the great people of Bowmanville, Oshawa North, I would have a chance to do some great work. And that's my motivation. So no matter what you hear, no matter what they say, I just want you to hear directly from me. think you deserve good leadership in this country. And I think you deserve people who are going to cut through all the noise, cut through all the posturing and the virtue signaling, and just try to deliver something good for you and your kids. And to me, that's what a trade deal with the United States promises. Promises more stability so that we can grow our economy and that our country can be strong and awesome and live up to its enormous potential. And I think that's what we all want. And that's why I'm going to Washington, D.C. Thanks for listening.
And that's why Jivani is amazing. I really enjoyed him. So that's after his trip. Let's play this.
Promising and positive. Hello, Canada. I'm here in Washington, D.C., where I've been having some very productive, promising, and positive conversations with the White House, with the State Department, with senators representing border states that we do a lot of business with in Canada. And I got to tell you, I'm feeling hopeful and optimistic that we can get something really good done for Canadian workers and businesses. Might take some time, but I really believe that the doors are open here. Positive conversations are possible. I have made some jokes about the United States becoming Canada's 11th province. Americans don't seem that interested. They seem happy with their country, but I am really hoping that I can bring my insights and what I've learned here back to Ottawa, share them with Prime Minister Mark Carney and Minister Dominic LeBlanc. And this can be the beginning of a truly nonpartisan approach to working with the United States. This is not a partisan issue. It's not about liberals or conservatives. This is about Canadian workers and Canadian businesses and how we can make sure our economy is growing and our economy is thriving. I will be heading home tomorrow, back to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. But before then, I will be meeting with some business leaders that I'm really looking forward to hearing from, as they are job creators that employ thousands of Canadians. And I can't wait to get back home this weekend to see my wonderful niece and nephew. God bless you. God bless Canada.
So I will also say this. This is genius. Because now if he comes back with actual ideas, and if he's like coming to Carney and says, this is what you need to do, and we get a deal, and Carney doesn't do it, Carney is in a pickle because he will be admitting to everyone he doesn't want a deal. And that's really bad. He will lose all of the business liberal that want a deal and that are like, I want the economy, that's why I voted liberal. Now, of course, all of the TDS people that voted liberal, they will enjoy it. But the big thing is you cannot please everyone. You will break some eggs. Do you want to break the TDS people? If you do, they will they will flee toward the NDP, toward the Greens, or they will simply not vote next election. Now, if you piss off the business liberals, well, the business liberals, they will be like, you know what? This administration is not business friendly, therefore I will go toward the conservative. Because these business liberals, they are swing voters between red and blue, and that's it. There's no NDP for them. It's either the liberals, they will do business, or the conservative, they will do. And
I mean, here's the problem.
Shut up, sorry, but you cut me off, so let me go on. So again, if you are a business liberal and you see Carney saying, yeah, I know what to do, but I won't do it, you must be pissed. You won't vote for him again. So what did you want to say?
So we have people defect. So when the voting base in the U.S. splits, let's assume a state is going to flip or a population. Now, what people forget is you think the problem is if the culture is so anti-Trump, part of Carney's problem is he comes from a class of people that are rooted globally. That I'm not saying TDS. TDS is a polite way of saying it. That they basically oppose anyone similar to Trump on principle. But the problem is they'll think they have an answer and they'll think they have like the magic touch to do stuff. Like, take Gavin Newsom as an example. Gavin Newsom is probably going to be a Democrat presidential candidate and a front runner. But California has been burning for a while. Look at Minnesota. Minnesota's been led by Tim Walz. They're not rebelling against his government. They're not questioning his people.
Anyway, this
That's
was
what I
the
mean.
Jamil Jivani thing. Jamil Jivani really helped the Conservative Party, and indirectly, if the Conservative form government, I really strongly believe Pierre Poilievre will give Jamil Jivani a cabinet position simply because Jamil Jivani actually did great things right now with GD Vance, and that would actually be amazing because he has that network through Jamil, and that's amazing. Anyway, now let's talk about two Liberal MPs leaving. One for the provincial level and the other for a position overseas. And this is a few weeks after Christophe Furyland left. Therefore, this is amazing because the Trudeau era MPs are actually leaving, and that's amazing. We need that. Anyway, let's play Liberal MPs speak.
Prime Minister, what do you make of Jamil Jivani going down the
By the way, this is right after the reveal of Jamil Jivani went there, and people are angry.
Administration, constant contacts with the U.S. administration. Minister LeBlanc gave a briefing to Mr. Jivani, who I don't believe is the trade critic for the opposition, certainly not the Minister of International Trade, nor the Prime Minister.
So what do you think he's going down?
So now they are like, so how do you feel about Jamil Jivani going to Washington? And he's kind of pissed, and he's laughing, but that's the kind of laugh that I'm angry, but I don't want to show it. You can tell he's not comfortable. He doesn't like it. Like Jamil Jivani actually doing something really blows up the Liberal plan to fearmonger Canadian, because now apparently Jamil Jivani went to Washington and he came back alive. He didn't get eaten alive by sharks, you know.
It's not that.
I think it might have something to do with all of
Monsieur
you.
Carney, pourquoi est-ce que vous ne signez pas l'entente commerciale avec Taïwan? Est-ce que vous avez peur de la réaction de la Chine?
Now she's asking, why aren't you doing a deal with a trade deal with Taiwan? After your Davos speech, you spoke about middle power, and now she kind of add on top of that. Are you scared China would react badly if you teaming up with Taiwan? And I can only expect Carney to dodge that question like a freaking bullet.
Je ne suis jamais peur. Non, on a des relations commerciales avec
No, we have a trade relationship with everyone.
Taïwan, mais on met l'accent afin de renforcer nos relations commerciales avec la Chine. On fait de
We
progrès.
want to reinforce our relationship and partnership with China. I didn't think I would hear that in my life. A Canadian Prime Minister, head of a democracy, saying he wants to deal with China.
Okay, here's the funny thing about this. So let's assume, hypothetically, that there's a simple relationship with the world and China deal. There's a world with China, and then there's a world with Taiwan. So China cannot deny that Taiwan has a leverage. It's been protected by the U.S. for a long, and other Western powers for a very long time. But hardliners still would love to incorporate Taiwan. Taiwan is slowly becoming where China can reabsorb it. They can't take it back militarily. Now, with this understanding, they also can't invade it 100%, damage the chip infrastructure and the stuff made there. But every time someone tries to make a deal with Taiwan, people get antsy. Now, Trump's done it. Like they go, we're going to have a deal with Taiwan. The Chinese really can't buck back at us. But if Carney does it, Carney knows it puts any potential deal with China if he has a secure deal with Taiwan. And in wake of Davos, he was talking about all these deals. The worst part is, especially with certain people, if he comes back, like with the certain deals, like he's either going to do it. Let's assume he wants to get a deal with China. He cannot have a certain deal that or it infringes with Chinese party hardliners. So it's not that he dodges it. He doesn't like to answer it openly. Trump doesn't answer that openly. He'll hint at it. He goes, I'll be firm. I'll tell China to sometimes stuff it. We'll make a deal with them, but we're going to still deal with Taiwan. But Carney could say that, but it's also going to make him look and jeopardize any deal with China if he has to. It's not that he wants to deal with China. It's just China comes to him and says, we will give you a deal, but there's a hidden clause. If you deal with Taiwan or you give something more favorable to Taiwan, we will remember it. If that makes sense, Multi.
It does make sense.
Because there's two sides of the same coin with depending on what you need. China has been trying to economically take power from Taiwan, but they're not been entirely successful. So like some chips and things they're manufacturing, they're trying to undermine the leverage that Taiwan has. It's not that he wants to cozy up with China. I mean, he knows if he deals with China 100%, it is going to lose national sovereignty. He knows it. He knows it's not going to help him. So it's an uncomfortable question for any world leader. I mean, some in the U.S. outright say it. They'll support it. But there's also an idea amongst liberals that China, parts of the Chinese government represents a government that they want. Last thing I'll say on this, it's because modern liberalism is very socialistic in nature or borderline close to communism sometimes. Because if you're an in-stage liberalism, you look up to China as having the Chinese have indoctrinated an entire population to be servitude. The problem
I'm
is
also scared that if Xi Jinping is removed, they will get a worse dictator. That's also the big.
That's a big thing. They have no other people. It's like
beaucoup de progrès pour des fermiers,
Who
pour
comes
dans le
after
secteur
Putin?
automobile, dans le secteur d'énergie propre.
It's funny how he says, "Oh, we have a lot of good deals for the farming and the cars and that kind of stuff," and nothing in all of that really helps with affordability, and that's the number one issue. So I don't know. Let's hear more.
C'était un grand succès.
Donc, vous préférez faire un
Je préfère le plus grand économie du monde.
Champagne, can I ask you quickly about Jamil Jivani going to Washington, D.C., whether or not you think that will be helpful?
You should ask my colleagues about that. I mean, I've yet to see the Conservative being very constructive, despite what they say publicly. You should see at the committee yesterday. They said one.
Okay. Okay, I cannot stand Champagne. Right now, he complains about committee. So the goal of committee is to make sure the opposition question the government. It's not the place to work with the government. Because if your opposition ends up helping the government in committee, you know what this means? This means a uniparty. This means there's nobody to hold the government accountable. So when Champagne is like, oh, I don't like what the Conservative did in committee, it's like, you actually don't like democracy. This is exactly what you're saying, Champagne. I cannot stand it.
And they'll support legislation and support Canadians, but the proof is in the pudding. I'm looking forward to see whether in fact...
Mais auriez-vous besoin d'aide avec les relations américaines? C'est pas bienvenu?
Do you need help with
toujours prêt à
America?
discuter avec ça. On a une bonne relation avec
We got a
les
good
communes, les
relationship.
provinces sont faites, les gens d'affaires. But, you know, with respect to him, je vais laisser mes collègues commenter là-dessus, but
I will let my
je pense
colleague
qu'on a
talk on
développé une façon de travailler avec nos partenaires américains. Moi, je vois le secrétaire du Trésor.
I will see the Secretary
régulière.
Treasury of
Et
Treasury.
puis, moi, je dis toujours, la meilleure chose qu'on peut faire, c'est de garder ces communications-là, mais en même temps, on
The
a besoin
best
de
way to do
diversifier,
it is to keep
nos relations
communication.
stratégiques, puis c'est ce qu'on fait.
Mais vu son lien maintenant.
She's talked about the idea that there needs to be more provincial involvement in judge picking. What do you think?
Just speaking as a lawyer, the independence of the judiciary is a fundamentally important aspect of Canadian democracy, so we'll start with that. And I know that Justice Minister Fraser has been in contact with Alberta, and I think he'll have more to tell you about that.
But you're not a lawyer.
As a lawyer, I mean what I said. Judicial independence is...
So you think she's trying to interfere with that by this proposal?
Thank you.
Do you have any concerns about Jivani going down to D.C. and talking with the American administration?
So I know he's been in contact with my colleagues, so that's also good news. But my question to Mr. Jivani is, I really hope...
The non-verbal. Look at that. She's kind of pissed Jamil Jivani did her job. Because she's the Minister of Industry. She should be the one down there meeting people and talking trades. Yeah, Jamil Jivani, opposition conservative MP. It's not even a shadow cabinet or whatever. It's just an MP. He went there and he had probably more constructive talk than Joly. So look at the face she's making right now. She is pissed. She cannot stand Jamil Jivani doing her job.
that he spoke about the closure of GM in his writing, because Ingersoll has been closed for now 4 months, and I haven't heard him once saying that he was deploring what was going on. And
you know what, Joly? It's your job to make sure plants and industries, they don't close. But you're incompetent, therefore they close. So, like, she's blaming the opposition again, instead of just, like, looking at the mirror and admitting she did something wrong.
Basically, GM closing Ingersoll and hundreds of people losing their jobs.
Oh, a journalist asking a good question for once. Let's clap. So he is asking, do you truly believe a conservative MP that's not in government, that's in opposition, can truly do something about trade? And now, I can already guess. Joly will say, yes, of course he can.
Ben moi, j'espère qu'il va parler aussi à GM. J'espère qu'il va défendre le sort des travailleurs, parce que clairement, il ne le fait pas. Et c'est un problème. Et on sait que GM, présentement, ont fermé un troisième quart de travail. Ça, c'est un troisième quart de travail à Oshawa. Et ont fermé également à Ingersoll, qui est en soi un problème dû aux tarifs américains.
Est-ce que c'est bienvenu, cette initiative-là?
Moi, je pense que c'est très, très important qu'on puisse travailler comme une équipe Canada et
she's now pretending it's a good thing we can all work together toward the same goal. But if that be the case, why did you wait a full year to maybe ask Jamil Jivani? Because remember, in December, now it's almost 2 months, Jamil Jivani came out and told everyone, I'm there, I want to help. He didn't get a call, he did it himself. And the result is, well, the Liberals are going wild.
Particulièrement lorsque vient la question des pertes d'emplois dans le secteur automobile.
Madame...
Surtout pour un député qui représente des citoyens qui travaillent à la GM.
Madame Joly, pourquoi est-ce que votre gouvernement ne signe pas l'entente qui a été conclue avec Taïwan, l'entente commerciale?
Why does your government didn't sign a trade deal? And now, I cannot wait to hear about her lie or something.
Mais ça, c'est une question pour la ministre des Affaires étrangères que je ne suis plus.
Mais vous parlez...
And now she's like, oh, that's a question for the foreign affairs minister. You're the industry minister. It's a train wreck. She's a train wreck. Who's voting for her? Really? I want to see them. Do they have brain damage? Do they think?
De diversifier les partenaires commerciaux, là, vous avez un partenaire qui veut diversifier et qui s'inquiète que c'est à cause de la Chine qu'on ne continue pas.
Mais je pense que votre question est très pertinente et ma collègue pourrait répondre.
Do you think Mr. Jivani can actually...
And now one of them is like, but what if by diversifying the way you do, your partner is like, I don't like China and you want to deal with China, does that work? And she's like, oh, you will ask my coworker because he cannot ask anything to Joly because she doesn't know anything. She's in government, she doesn't know anything. She's a cabinet minister, she doesn't know anything.
Accomplish things for Canada while he's there. He's, famously friends with Vice President Vance.
So that's what I've just answered that question, which is basically he represents people working at GM in his writing. I haven't heard once, not only denouncing what GM was doing, but also promoting the interests of the workers at GM that are facing unjustified and unjustifiable tariffs by the American administration, and he should be talking much more about it. It's a problem.
Do you trust tariffs? Thank you. Got a quick second to talk about the leadership. Just the decision that you're making to go for leadership, but at the same time holding on to this job as
So that guy is the MP that wants to leave federal to join the provincial. Let's hear him out.
Why are you doing that?
Well, I'm going to, I think I was clear in the statement, but if not, I can be clearer.
Sure.
So I'm committed to serving my federal caucus and serving my colleagues and serving the country as long as I've got a seat here. And as soon as there's a by-election, though, I am all in and I'll be resigning this seat and I'll be focused on provincial politics. It's up to Doug, obviously, to call that by-election. But when Ford calls that by-election, I'm not doing both jobs.
You'll resign as soon as the by-election is called, regardless of whether I win the by-election.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Was I not clear enough? I am all in.
There have been some questions. That's why we're asking.
Well, I think there's like bad faith sort of conservative talk online, but I hope I was clear. I mean, as soon as Doug Ford calls the by-election, I am all in. I'll be resigning a seat here. In the meantime, look, what's at stake here in Ottawa? Every vote counts. Is why we're going to have quick by-elections with the resignation of Blair and Chrystia. So, I don't want to leave my federal colleagues in the lurch. So I'm not gonna jump today. But if Doug calls it tomorrow, yeah, I'll be resigning tomorrow.
What do you make of the run, Mr. Appointing candidates? Go ahead. Why do you want to run for leadership again?
So I sort of said this yesterday, and look, the leadership decision ultimately, we'll see what the rules are out. We don't have a leadership race yet, so I'm focused on the by-election, the opportunity to serve the East End community. But you look at this and you say, how can I make the biggest difference? And I'm incredibly frustrated on the things that matter in our everyday lives, whether it's cost of living, cost of housing, whether it's healthcare, whether it's world-class education that we deserve and our kids deserve. On all of the basics, the Ford government is failing. And yeah, they can, folksy charm, put on the Team Canada hat. It ultimately is not good enough. It's, I see incompetence, I see self-dealing, I see a tired government, and we deserve better. And honestly, if you think you deserve better, then you should participate and you should step up.
What do you make of the government?
It's funny he says tired government. He was mentioning the provincial one with Doug Ford because the guy is really bad, and that's true, it's a tired government. But I can see a mirror of the federal Liberal as well being tired, but he won't say it out loud, but I'm sure he thinks about that.
Or the Prime Minister nominating candidates, appointing candidates instead of having a real nomination contest?
Look, I think I come from a perspective, I've not been shy about this, that I value competitive nominations. I have a bias because I, earned a role through a competitive 13-month nomination back in 2013. I was 29 when I first put up my hand. No one was patting me on the shoulder and saying, "You're our guy, kid." I had to fight and earn community support, so there's real value in that. In this particular moment, I think overwhelmingly the Prime Minister and the leadership's been clear. We need to make sure we've got the highest quality folks in the House right away. Nominations can be tough in that regard. To really encourage lots of good people on the ground, you need a longer timeline. We don't have that longer timeline, and we're lucky. I mean, when you look at Danielle Martin, I had her at a town hall years ago. She is wicked smart. She's find me a better expert on healthcare. You look at Dolly Begum, find me a better representative for the Bengali and East End progressive community. She's been great, so we're lucky.
She was an NDP candidate on Monday, and she said she had a lesson for the federal judge, all that.
So look, a couple points to unpack from the question that you just asked. I think more broadly first, ensuring that we have an independent judiciary is a hallmark of democracy and a key part of the rule of law. At risk of stating the
you need a longer timeline.
So I guess this concludes that segment. So let's move on to question period December, or I should say February 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve hope. The hope of a full fridge as well as a full bank account. The Prime Minister told us that he would be judged on the basis of the cost of groceries. Since then, costs have increased higher here than in any other country of the G7. My theory is that the taxes on farm equipment, fertilizers, and the entire supply chain that are responsible for this. That's my theory. That's why we have the highest food inflation in the G7. What is his theory? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
There isn't a fucking G7.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's theory is false. It is false. The industrial carbon tax does not have an effect on groceries, according to the Canadian Climate Institute. At least their assessment is that it stands at 0. There is no tax on packaging in there. It's the impact of the Canadian currency and American tariffs.
Opposition. Bullshit.
That doesn't add up because all other countries in the G7 pay tariffs too. All the other G7 countries also face climate change effects, but they have less food inflation. Their consumers are not seeing these hikes that we are seeing here. We have the worst food inflation in the entire G7. The Prime Minister is not explaining the cause for this. I say it's the taxes, these inflationary deficits that he's imposing. Will he work with us to do away with these taxes and make groceries affordable? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, according to TD Bank, one of the major effects on the cost of groceries here is the lowering of the Canadian currency during a period of obstruction of the Conservative Party before the election of the current new government of Canada. Now the Canadian currency, the dollar, is rising, and we will see the results of this for Canadians everywhere.
So it's interesting, the line of questioning from the Conservative is, you know what? Explain to us, what do you think is causing that inflation? And what's the answer? Carbon, weak dollar. And they don't really admit, the Liberals, they don't admit that's their bad policies. And Conservative are like, I think it's your bad policies. And maybe some of the swing voters, they see that and they're like, you know what? Maybe I cast my ballot wrong last time, and maybe I should vote for the Conservative because they seem based, you know. So the idea is maybe the Liberals are mismanaging, and the idea of the Liberals is it's no mismanagement. It's the opposition that opposes and that stop us from being rich. Sure, buddy, sure. Keep blaming everyone but yourself.
See, I have this great look. A couple of years back, it was the G8, let's say, period, the G7, Russia got removed. You got G7, the G7, Canada's too in debt. Literally, you have Carney trying to convince a population that he's not suffering or he's not incompetent, right?
Yeah.
The problem is they can't keep blaming tariffs. But, I mean, educated voters see it. The problem itself is the low information voters still. The worst part about what's happening in Canada is if you just look, it's as I said, he went to Davos. Even the globalists at Davos, who are becoming subtle closeted nationalists, were laughing at him. The problem himself is he can take back home a win. Good on him. But what literally a food inflation, right? Biden, just look at the difference between when Trump took office after Biden. Businesses started working with people because we said Biden was the problem. Food costs came down. Supply chains got restored. The only thing we're dealing with now is inflation and insurance. Why can't Canada do that? Clearly, there's a reason. If you keep saying, let's assume the one guy goes back to Carney with a deal. He won't take that deal out of spite. He would rather have Canada burn. It sounds weird to say. There are absolute liberal types that they have no choice but to embrace further liberalism, which puts them closer to Marxism or socialistic governments. But the problem is they forget that every socialistic government collapses. Look at Venezuela. So the problem, you have this.
Russia is nowhere near as strong as they used to be.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to have a full stomach, a full fridge, and a full bank account all at once. But the Prime Minister has said that he could be judged by the price at the grocery store. Since that time, food inflation has doubled, and grocery prices are rising faster in Canada than any other country in the G7. My theory is that his taxes, his carbon taxes on farm equipment, fertilizer, food processors, his new tax on diesel and gas is the cause. That's my theory. What's his?
Here, here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the impact of the industrial carbon tax on food prices is, as estimated by the Canadian Climate Institute, approximately zero. The impact of the fuel charge, which exempts diesel, which exempts gasoline, which exempts fertilizer, which exempts food processors, is de minimis. What it does do, the fuel charge, though, is support the people of the farmers of Battle River Crowfoot, supports canola production, it supports biofuels, it supports our future.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, now we'll have to find out if the Prime Minister is telling the truth or whether his Environment Department is telling the truth. Their document shows that he says it doesn't apply to gasoline. According to his own Environment Department, it applies to both diesel and gasoline, 7 cents a liter this year, and yes, it does apply on farmers, fishers, and others. But regardless, we have the highest food inflation in the G7. I've given my theory on why, under his leadership, Canadians are paying more faster than anyone else. What is his theory for his terrible record on food inflation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Leader of the Opposition is just visiting his riding. But he would spend more time...
I think we'll have to start that from the top. Right Honourable Prime Minister. 3 passports.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize that the leader of the opposition is just visiting his riding and will be running in another riding in the next election.
Who's riding next time?
He should spend some time, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, with the farmers in his riding who benefit from our trade deal with China, $7 billion of new exports, who benefit from the biofuel charge that supports canola production, supports farm income, supports our future.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I realize the Prime Minister is just visiting Canada. I welcome him. Let's go to my riding. Let's go to Drumheller. Let's go to Camrose. Let's go to Consort, and let's ask them if they believe that when you charge a 7-cent a litre tax on diesel and on gasoline to grow and ship food, when you tax fertilizer and farm equipment, whether that gets passed on in the highest grocery prices in the G7. Is he ready to make that trip and talk about that tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am always pleased to go back to my home province of Alberta. I am always pleased to go back to Drumheller, to Consort, home of the great Katie Lang, I might add, Mr. Speaker. I am always supporting Canadian farmers, as this government does, with new markets, with support for biofuels, with exemptions from the federal fuel charge, with exemptions from the industrial carbon tax, because we believe...
So I gotta say this. I missed it, but I know exactly what was that moment about. So there's that moment where Carney tries to get a gotcha on Pierre Poilievre, and he's like, oh, you will be temporarily in Battle River Crowfoot simply because that riding is someone else riding, and he took it because he lost his riding in the election, and they triggered a by-election. And what happened is someone else from the Conservative that actually has the seat Pierre Poilievre now holds gave away his seat for Pierre Poilievre to get that seat and basically take his place. And now, because of that, Carney thought it was a good idea to say, oh, look at you being temporarily in the Alberta riding. Now Pierre Poilievre is like, you know what? At least I'm in Canada, and you, in the meantime, you always fly around. At least you're here right now, Carney. Because Carney spends so much time overseas and not that much time here in Canada, and that's what happened. So the gotcha Marxist Carney tried to get on Pierre Poilievre backfired so hard because that left Marxist Carney open for a perfect headshot, the silver bullet. Don't say I'm in a temporary riding if you, Carney, spend more time overseas than in Canada. Now he's like, oh, I'm from Alberta. Like, Alberta will like you, Carney. Nobody likes you in Alberta. Like, Alberta wants to separate because of you and your government. This is what's going on. Anyway, that moment, that gotcha was amazing. I need more of that.
In Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the original question was, what is his theory on why Canada, after a year of his leadership, has the highest food inflation in the G7? Why is it that single mom seniors and small businesses are seeing grocery prices rise faster here in Canada under his leadership after he promised to stabilize them than people in any other G7 country? I've offered my theory that it is his many taxes on farmers, fishers, food processing, and fertilizer. So once again, if it's not all of his taxes on food production that's giving us the worst record, then what is?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Climate change.
Mr. Speaker, one of the impacts, according to TD Bank, on food prices is the fall in the Canadian dollar caused by the obstructionism of the members opposite before this government came in place.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
The opposition doing its job stopped the economy. Are you kidding me? Each time there was a minority government, there was an opposition. Okay? And there was a time Conservative were in a minority government, but you know what? They were fiscally responsible. So they didn't blame the opposition for doing their job because they actually had a good economy despite the opposition. So now it's just gaslighting at the finest. And low information voters, they see that and they're like, oh, the opposition is bad. So it's like one of these sheeps that will actually advocate for a system like China. It baffles me. It baffles me. And the worst in that, I'm sure Marxist Carney deep down, he knows it's wrong. He knows it's a bad argument. He knows it doesn't hold water, but he says it because he knows a lot of Canadians are stupid enough to believe that.
With the groceries and essential benefit, $1,800 for a family of two, providing the support Canadians need to boost now the bridge to a brighter future.
$1,800. This is like 2 trips at the grocery store. It's like maybe a month if you're lucky. But sure, life is more affordable now. It's hilarious. What about the 11 other months where you're starving? When you go at the food bank and the food bank is actually empty because people no longer have the money to donate to these food banks. The socialist system can work. I'm sure of that. But there are a lot more examples of bad socialism. There are a lot more examples of failed socialism than there is for successful socialism. And as long as we don't use our resources, as long as we don't generate a good economy, we cannot sustain our system, the welfare, and all of the tra-la-la that goes with socialism. We need really a good economy to sustain socialism. It's as simple as that. If you don't have the economy, you can't have a good socialism. You just have 2 tribes, the elites in charge with all of the powers and the starving people. This is what's going on when you got a bad economy and socialism.
I mean,
Building Canada.
Let me say this. The problem with what he faces, it's legit. Like, if he has nothing to show, like, you remember what I said about Trump in the midterms? He's hinged it on ICE and a couple of key issues. National security, a couple, the economy. Like, in the U.S., so if midterms happen and there's a major slip, Trump could just be an irrelevant president if he loses the Congress or the Senate. The problem is he may not. But it's like if you ask Trump about the economy, he's talking to the business leaders. He does that. Carney isn't going to say that because it's like you can see the effects. Just within like a period of time in the U.S., you saw somewhat of turnaround. Now, is it enough of a turnaround? And it's increased certain sectors. Not like the greedy types, but like people are able to get jobs. Food inflation went down. The problem itself with Canada is it's a simple question. They tax every part of the economy. 7 cents on diesel adds up. Oh, you're taxing a material, right? Farmers need.
Our industries and corporations, they are overly taxed. They cannot survive in a Canadian environment. They just can't. That's why they go down south. Because south are generous. They don't tax you until you cannot breathe anymore.
So the fun part about it is what Poilievre needs to put into paper. Yeah, companies pay 7 cents per gallon on diesel. They're also paying a tax on whatever materials they're using. Each one. Yeah, that tax adds up. Boom, boom, boom. That adds on. Do you know what a lot of other companies do? They pass that on to the consumers.
And this is all consumer choke and die.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Worse, they call them
Mr. Speaker,
companies.
allow me to start by expressing my respects to Prime Minister Harper, who is actually led the thought process for both the opposition leader and the leader of the government. I'd like to hear the Prime Minister's understanding, given his long notions of history, regarding what happened in Mirabel when the airport was built there and the expropriation of so many people. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my respect to the great Prime Minister that is in the gallery. It would be my honor to unveil his portrait in a few hours.
So each 20 years after a new prime minister, well, actually, yeah, 20 years. So basically, Stephen Harper arrived in power in 2006. It's 2026. We get his portrait. In 2035, we will get freaking Trudeau, the clown portrait. In the early 2000s, we had Brian Mulroney, that kind of stuff. So this is what happened, and that's why Stephen Harper showed up. He is back in the public eye, and yeah, this is what's going on. And did Carney answer the question? No, he didn't.
Mr. Speaker, this high-speed rail line is a major national project. It will be a national project that will be established in close cooperation with the citizens in Quebec, in Ontario. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Crapped at EV cars.
Okay, so the angle of attack of the bloc right now is Marxist Carney doesn't know Quebec history. He doesn't know how the federal having overreach and meddling in Quebec is one of the driving reasons why Quebec wants to separate. And now they hammer it home because now, instead of addressing the issue of separation, what Marxist Carney say? Oh, we will build a rail. We will build a high-speed train by Mirabel. It's hilarious. Like, he doesn't address the core issue. He only says, look at the shiny thing I'm throwing at you. Vote for me. It's ridiculous.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, that that's the extent of what the Prime Minister knows about the trauma that was caused by the expropriation in Mirabel. And now he wants to do that all over again today. Does he believe that expropriating people without consent, by email, expropriation with no impact assessments, with no true consultation, are going to in some way reduce the trauma experienced by the people in Mirabel and the Laurentides region? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are cooperating closely with the constituents in Mirabel, in Quebec and in Ontario to have a small corridor, not a huge airport, for one project that will create over 50,000 jobs, good jobs, here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I don't know any agricultural producer who thinks that his or her business is too small to be worthy of respect. You can suspend rules, laws, parliamentary privileges, suspend environmental consultations, suspend rules relating to expropriation. Is that not all evidence that C5 and C15 are heartless bills? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the process will be respectful and transparent. It will be inclusive. But the question he is asking actually, is the member for Chambly in favour or against the high-speed rail? In favour of the future of Quebec, for or against the future of Canada?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the food crisis is the worst problem in Canada for families. There are single mothers who are not even sure they'll be able to pay their bills. I asked the Prime Minister for his theory because if he's unable to diagnose the cause of inflation, of the soaring prices, he cannot find a solution. The Bank of Canada is saying that 2/3 of the increases are due to domestic issues. I'm going to give him another opportunity as a great economist to explain what is the cause for the worst food inflation in Canada.
Is it like the climate change right now?
Le leader du gouvernement à la Chambre.
Oh, so Carney left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Because he doesn't want to
The Leader of
answer the opposition. Amazing.
Knows full well that we have taken measures that will support families, and that is why he agreed with our request to expedite the process for the passage of Bill C-19. which will deliver, Mr. Speaker, no less than $1,800 to Canadians, to Canadian families, precisely to address issues with respect to affordability and groceries.
It's another illusion. It will be $10 a week at most for a family. Most Canadians will get nothing at all. $10 a week for $300 of grocery weekly for a family, Mr. Speaker. The question was, why is it that Canada has the worst inflation in food prices in the G7? The Prime Minister claimed it was our low dollar under his leadership. His leadership, he claimed that he was going to be so good with money and so good with protecting the loonie. Why is it that he has stood in the House of Commons and admitted that his leadership has tanked our dollar and raised the grocery prices?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but the math I have is 1,800 divided by 52 is a lot more than $10 a week, Mr. Speaker. But that's why the Leader of the Opposition knows very well that this is substantial assistance for Canadians who are experiencing affordability issues. That's why he bent over when we asked him to accelerate and pass C-19 and make sure that we can get that aid to Canadians right away.
It's funny how the way you say it, oh, he bent over to accelerate C9. It goes directly in opposition of what they were saying. Oh, the Conservative are against us. Conservative block us. Conservative are the reason we don't make money. But now he's like, oh, the Conservative are bending over now. It's hilarious. It doesn't make sense. They are proud. They are laughing hard. It's hilarious. I think I got cancer. This is what's going on. I'm losing my sanity right now. I can't believe it. And gullible people will believe that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is going to dodge questions, you better find someone better than that. We've said that we would work with the government to save the people that the Prime Minister is priced out of groceries. And if that $10 a week might make the difference for a very small number of people, you can bet we'll work hard to do it. We're willing to put differences aside because Canadians are suffering the worst inflation in food prices in the G7. So will he put differences aside and agree to remove all the Liberal taxes at the grocery store so Canadians can afford to eat comfortably again?
By the way, at least 3 to 4 times, there was a motion triggered by the Conservative telling we should remove all taxes from food and we should reduce food inflation. And guess what? That motion got rejected by everyone else in the House. The Liberals, of course, they won't say yes because then that's giving a win to the Conservative. The NDP won't say yes because actually they want the Liberals to have a bad track record so they can have some of the Liberal vote base back. And the Bloc only wants what the Blocs can get. And the Blocs only want something that can actually help Quebec. And I don't know why actually they would go against the Conservative on that. I actually don't understand because bottom line, what they could do is, you know what? We help Conservative. Therefore, we also help Quebec to some extent because they have actually sound ideas. I don't know. What you
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
All we hear from the opposition are imaginary taxes that they believe in some
Yes, I can't hear anything because there's too much noise. So, okay, that's better. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All we hear from the opposition is conversations about imaginary taxes that theoretically are impacting the price of food. They don't want to work with evidence, Mr. Speaker. They don't want to listen to experts who are telling us the very things we need to do is actually to increase the money in people's pocketbooks. And that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, whether it's cutting taxes for $22 million or ensuring that people have groceries and essentials benefits or making childcare affordable, Mr. Speaker. Families are saving $16,000 a year in affordable childcare.
The The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
It took her a long time to get there, Mr. Speaker. The finance minister promised 3 years ago he'd stabilize grocery prices by Thanksgiving of 2023. Since then, coffee's up 33%, beef is up 27%, lettuce is up 40%, and Canada is leading the G7 in food inflation. Now he's announcing another temporary rebate which won't reduce the single cost of a food item. The last rebate is an admission. This rebate is an admission of their failure in a policy. So I want this finance minister keep his word and lower the price of groceries so Canadians can afford to put food on the table.
Great question. Great. The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Look, never in his more than 20-year career has the new Member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot and temporary Member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot cared about people who are in financial need, Mr. Speaker. This new feigned approach to affordability isn't convincing any Canadians. The GST rebate makes a big difference for families who need it. They've committed to voting for the bill, but they still want to criticize it and say it's not going to work. It is going to work, Mr. Speaker. As somebody who benefited from that benefit in particular, my family needed that help, and families need that help, and that's why we're delivering for families in need.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, these aren't my words. That's the Liberal finance minister said he'd have grocery prices under control by 2023. Thanksgiving, Mr. Speaker. So even my kids know that you should do what you say you're going to do. Why can't this finance minister figure it out? It's time for them to make sure that Canadians can afford to put food on the table. So when will he keep his word to Canadians so they can afford to feed their families?
Great question. Great. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Up until recently, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been frequently quoting Food Banks Canada. They've stopped, and I wonder why. I wonder if it's because the organization has suggested a recommendation, a key recommendation that this government is now fulfilling. That is the groceries and essentials benefit. Almost $1,900 for a family of four, Mr. Speaker. What about other supports that they're against? $10 a day childcare, the permanency of the National School Food Program, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit sustained for middle-income and low-income families. That's what this government is about. That's what we will fulfill for this country.
So now he's saying conservative, they don't want these programs. You know why? Because they want to empower the people to be more independent. They don't want the people to rely too much on the state. Because the liberal way is actually a welfare state. And the conservative are the polar opposite. They don't want the welfare state. Of course, they will preserve what they can of the safety nets and all. But bottom line, conservative, they want people to be empowered to control their destiny. Liberals, they want to control your destiny. It's two polar opposite, and it's very sad to see that Canada likes to be told what to do. It's sad.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Since 2023, this very finance minister promised to stabilize food prices. Instead, Canadians continue to face out-of-control grocery costs, something anyone who shops in our communities sees every single day. A temporary rebate will not fix the root cause, poor economic policy. The last time rebates were used, Canada ended up with the highest food inflation in the G7. So why now should Canadians trust this finance minister to actually lower grocery prices?
By the way, that was 3 years ago. Or 5 years ago, if you speak about COVID. It's very recent. So how did things change? Don't start telling me it's because of Trump. I'm sorry, but it's BS.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
You know, it's funny, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, they chide the groceries and essentials benefit. On the other hand, they're upset that it's not for everyone. I remember when I was Minister of Service Alberta and I had my new baby, and I suddenly started getting these childcare benefit checks that I didn't need. But families that did need the money weren't getting as much. We are ensuring that the families that need the money are getting the money they need. Families like the families in Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, single seniors who are going to get an extra $950 a year to help pay for toilet paper and lettuce and coffee. Those are the families that need this money. Those are the families that they're fighting against. Tell me why.
It pisses me off. There's no moral ground. If you starve your people enough so then you feel proud of yourself by giving them I don't know, like I can't remember the exact word, but the way I can frame this is you starve your people and then you're proud of yourself when you throw them a bone. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. But hey, low information voters are everywhere. And they will vote for that administration again.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Feels C-19 is not going to lower food prices, but we won't block a small rebate for those who actually qualify. Over the past 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the prices of beef and lettuce and baby formula, everything has surged. Even basic student staples like Kraft Dinner and canned beans are more expensive. Canadians need leadership that delivers. That means eliminating the industrial carbon tax, removing the fuel standards tax, and strengthening competition in the grocery store. So, Mr. Speaker, when will this government start governing responsibly and lift these burdens so Canadians can afford groceries on their paychecks?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, let's break down affordability for an average young family of 4 in a year. The Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit delivers nearly $1,900. That same family can receive the Canada Child benefit, which provides $7,000. They're also saving $16,000 for affordable childcare, $730 for dental care, $800 through the National School Food Program, and they'll get $840 because we've cut taxes for Canadians. That's up to $50,000 of savings. And Mr. Speaker, none of these would even exist if this was a Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Quit-Jamil.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised stable food prices, but Canadians got the opposite. Lettuce is up 40%, coffee 33%, beef 27%, and Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation, which has doubled under this government and is twice the US rate. The Liberal Grocery Summit didn't work. The rebates won't cut prices. Their taxes drive costs up, and 2.2 million Canadians are relying on food banks. So will they support our food affordability plan to scrap the industrial carbon tax, the fuel standards tax, and boost competition?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm confused and concerned by the member's question. I'm confused why the question isn't about last week's important announcement.
All right.
I'm concerned that they're missing details of Canada's Groceries and Essentials benefit. It's a 25% increase to the GST tax credit for 5 years, a one-time payment equivalent to 50% this year, and it's $500 million to address supply chain disruptions and keep prices down. This is important news, and we need to focus on what we're doing for Canadians.
They're here. Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, this finance minister promised to stabilize food prices 3 years ago. What they actually done was create the worst food inflation in the G7. Food inflation is now double what it was when this Prime Minister got in office. And this is not a global phenomenon. Canadian inflation is double the United States. Now, instead of fixing the actual problem, they added a temporary Band-Aid. And if a couple making minimum wage won't even be eligible for it, will this Liberal government please stand with our food affordability plan to make groceries affordable for all of us?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
The opposition member from Newfoundland and Labrador that the people in his riding reach out to me on a regular basis. They reach out to say, enough of the fear, enough of the obstruction, let's work together. And
like someone would say that. It's hilarious to gaslight.
Payments to family of 4 in affordability measures. This matters. Please.
Every Conservative MP tear apart the Liberals right now. Every Liberal is just lying and gaslighting.
Work with us to do what the people of this country and our province want done.
The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are telling us that soaring grocery bills are caused by external factors, as if the cost of living is going up everywhere. But it's not, Mr. Speaker. We have higher food costs than almost anywhere else in the G7. Meanwhile, this government piles on carbon taxes and red tape that make it more expensive to grow, transport, and sell food. Let's be honest, these handouts are an admission of failure, a small Band-Aid for large self-inflicted wounds. When will the government stop blaming others and start scrapping the policies that are driving food inflation at the checkout?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship.
The colleague can look to Dalhousie University's Food Price Index of 2026. He can look to the recent TD report. We know that climate change is a key factor when it comes to the increase of the price of food. This is admittedly a challenge for this country. This is why the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit.
More lies. Like climate change is changing the price of food. It's hilarious.
Is so important. But let's move beyond the script for a moment, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have shown the spirit of collaboration to pass that benefit. Will they go one step further and support Budget 2025? We have an opportunity now to collaborate at this moment. This is what Canadians expect. That's what Canadians deserve.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals issued millions of temporary resident permits in the last 5 years. The results? Rents have skyrocketed, emergency rooms are overflowing, and Canada's youth jobs crisis is the worst that it's ever been. 1.5 million temporary residents had their permits expire last year, and that's more than the entire population of Calgary. So a simple question, can the Minister of Immigration tell the House how many of these folks have actually left the country as the law requires them to do?
By the way, now you will see the person I consider the worst MP there is. She is a terrible minister. Yet she still has her job almost a year later. This proves everyone. Carney doesn't give a crap. He has the worst cabinet members. He will keep them around because they don't piss him off. It's hilarious.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians gave this government a clear mandate to bring sustainability to our immigration system.
Right.
We've been clear we are reducing the temporary resident population. Our student numbers are down, our worker number are down, the temporary resident population fell by 176,000, and our asylum numbers are back down by a third. We will stick to our targets. We will enforce our rules so that immigration system works for Canadians, for newcomers, and for our businesses. Thank you.
The question was, how do you deport him? Will you deport him? Do you have a plan to deport the people that shouldn't be here? What does she say? Oh, we reduce immigration. You didn't ask, rewind. You didn't answer the question. The question was, is there a plan for the people that shouldn't be here but are there? And the response is, oh, we will reduce the input. We will reduce the number of people that come in. It's insulting, once again.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I had a sneaking suspicion she wouldn't answer that one because she actually boasted in the Canadian press that they brought in millions of temporary residents with no way to track if they would leave. Worse, the minister has signed off on bringing hundreds of thousands of more temporary residents this year without knowing if they will leave. At the end of this year, 3 million temporary residents will have had their visas expire. That's roughly the population of Toronto. If the minister has no idea if millions of temporary residents have left, why is she still issuing new permits?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, for the members' benefit, Canadians gave this government a clear mandate to bring immigration to sustainable numbers. That is exactly what we're doing. In the Globe and Mail, January 15, great article in their TD stats show as well that the rent is decreasing, housing starts are up, there's been economic recovery, we're bringing more population to our rural communities through our rural immigration pilot as well as the Francophone immigration. We are here to strengthen our communities, bring labour gaps and fill those when needed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to kind of visualize the math lady gif for a moment, because last year, the Liberals only removed 22,000 people who had no legal reason to be in Canada. So millions minus 22,000 is still what? Millions! I'll ask again. If the minister has no idea if millions of temporary residents have left and has no plan to remove them, why is she still issuing new permits?
Because free votes.
I didn't know there was going to be a test today. The Honourable Minister.
That speaker is amazing.
As I said,
Now
our
she's
mandate
speaking
is
French because liberals.
Canadians gave us a clear
right?
mandate.
Look how diverse we are.
To re-establish a firm immigration system. Recent data has shown that the population has gone down. Temporary residents numbers have gone down by 116,000. During the fall period, we're continuing to strengthen our economy to work for all Canadians and all businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wealth.
Mr. Speaker, every year, International Development Week is a time to recognize Canada's contribution to sustainable.
Build that portfolio of housing, Mr. Speaker. We will be bringing the cost down. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the need for nutrition, education, healthcare, and equal rights, especially for women, has never been so acute anywhere in the world.
It's funny, equal rights, especially for women. I feel like there's a cognitive dissonance there. But we are dealing with the far left, so that's fine. It's normal.
And Donald Trump has decided to abolish his international aid agency. This senseless decision will cause millions of people to suffer. And what are the Liberals doing? They're doing the same thing. They're cutting funding. This is a cruel decision that will have a real impact and will increase instability and insecurity. Will the Liberals reverse this decision and invest and be accountable?
They are drawing in the fear-monger aspect and the social safety net that the Liberals usually think about, except when it's Marxist. Carney doesn't give a crap about Canadian overall, and his administration is not caring at all. So I think it's a very good line of questioning for the NDP, because they are the far left, the people that want free money.
Secretary of State for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, addressing the roots of conflict and instability abroad helps reduce the risks Canadians face here at home. Investing in development helps build stronger allies, new trading partners, and new markets for Canadian businesses. Our government is making generational investments to strengthen the Canadian economy, help Canadians get ahead, and build a more resilient future for our country. And our development efforts are a critical part of that effort by strengthening our international partnerships and supporting a more peaceful, stable, and prosperous world.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Maintaining existing affordable and co-op housing stock is essential to address the housing crisis. China Creek Co-op in my riding were shocked to learn that there's no funding in the coming year in CMHC's budget to cover the housing charge subsidies. That means low-income families, seniors, single parents, and people trying to get by will be made homeless. They are not alone. Approximately 300,000 more homes across the country will be impacted. Will the Prime Minister tell these families they don't need to fear losing their home and confirm today that ongoing funding will be in place for their housing charge subsidy?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question and her concern about the challenges for co-op housing. Co-op housing is really at the key priority within Build Canada Homes, and we will ensure that a significant portion of the Build Canada Homes funding will be targeted for stabilizing and investing in new co-op housing. As someone who has co-op housing in my riding, the most in BC, I obviously want to make sure my constituents and those in her constituency and co-ops across the country feel the strong support of this government. We're focused on delivering for co-ops.
It's kind of funny. So that's a failed minister that failed in many other portfolio prior, and now he is failing in housing as well. He didn't do anything, but hey, Canada built 9 houses in 2025.
Je voudrais signaler aux députés.
So I guess now we are moving into the next question period. I assume that's December 4th, I think.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the current Minister of Finance promised firmly and with great enthusiasm to stabilize food prices. But it's been a great spectacle, but it didn't really give much results. Since then, prices are up, and the current PM said he'd be judged by prices at the grocery store, but it's a failure. Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. No prices are going down. His plan isn't working. Why should Canadians believe this Prime Minister when the last Liberal plan led to the worst food inflation in the G7? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, today, even, this House will probably make the decision to send a bill to the Senate that will provide assistance up to $1,800 to families in Canada to help them with the issue of affordability, and notably in terms of groceries and essentials. We would invite the official opposition to support us in this. We are very happy that they said they would do so, and today's a historical day for affordability in Canada.
Big day. Today is the day where, if all goes well, we will be passing historic assistance for Canadian families grappling with affordability issues with respect to food and essential goods. And after much cajoling, the opposition finally decided to stop the games, stop the obstruction, and to allow this bill to move on to the Senate so we can get that aid to Canadian families now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Most Canadians will get no benefit from this recycled plan. A small number will get about $10 a week, but that won't make a dent in the over $340 a week a family of 4 has to spend to buy groceries. The Finance Minister promised he would bring down grocery prices 3 years ago. He failed then, he's failing again. Their plan isn't working, so why don't they vote for our food affordability plan to cut the industrial carbon tax, axe the fuel standards tax, and finally lower grocery prices for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, all these Conservatives did was quote Food Bank Canada. Over and over and over, they talked about Food Bank Canada. They failed to notice that Food Bank Canada recommended exactly what we are doing right now, which is put more money in the pockets of those that need it the most. And yet they say, well, they want to cooperate. Can they stop obstructing legislation that is helping Canadians get ahead? They need to be partners in this work, Mr. Speaker.
Pick a lane. Pick a lane, because Mickinson, or I can't remember, the House leader, the big fat guy from Gatineau, he was saying, oh, for once the Conservatives are on our side, and then that lady right after is saying the exact opposite. Pick a lane, folks. Aren't you all the Liberal Party? Aren't you should be like on the same page? No. Conflicting ideas. It's hilarious.
Canadians certainly are stepping up for each other. Why can't they step up for their constituents?
The honourable member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, news reports this week confirm what Canadians already know. Our economy is on life support. Because of Liberal mismanagement, we've had 2 consecutive quarters of zero economic growth. While our GDP is stagnant, grocery inflation keeps climbing. This year will cost $17,600 to feed a family of 4, nearly $1,000 more than it did in 2025. Why is it under these Liberals the only thing rising is the price of food?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, since September, we've created 189,000 jobs. Great news for Canada. That is more jobs created in Canada than in the U.S. We have the second fastest growing economy. And let me give you examples. Alstom, 240 new jobs at Thunder Bay. 150 new jobs at St. Bruno de Montarville. 100 new jobs in La
We are talking about affordability, and she goes on a rant about jobs.
Buy a note, St. Thomas, Ontario, Conservative.
It's so out of touch. It's fitting for the Liberals.
Member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, this government can talk a glass eye to sleep, but it's the Liberals who need to wake up. Do they need to see how many more Canadians are on the street shaking a coffee cup for change? This government refuses to take the tax off food. They refuse to boost competition, and they refuse to deliver a real plan for food affordability. Their rebate won't reduce the price of a single item at their grocery store. Will they support our food affordability plan and deliver some real relief for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, the average family is saving $16,000 a year on childcare. You know who refuses to support young families with the cost of living? The Conservatives across the aisle. Mr. Speaker, families are saving $800 a year in food costs for their children at school. You know who refuses to feed hungry children at school, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, every step we take, they obstruct. They get in the way of the very things that not only experts are calling for, but their very own constituents. When will they get in line?
Coffee, fruits, and vegetables. The Bank of Canada has affirmed what we already know. They made clear that import costs are crucial when it comes to food inflation. And which kind of import costs in particular? Climate change, Mr. Speaker. Dramatic.
Climate change! When we talk about imports. And it's kind of hilarious because aren't we the ones that think we can replace 70% American goods by 70% overseas to offset the tariffs? By the way, imports, they're costly. You know what? You know why? Because oil, because carbon. And it's because of the liberal policies it costs so much. And it's also much cheaper to just pick a truck and go down south. But no, we are Canadian. We like life complicated. We need to use a boat and an airplane to deliver our goods. Right. Right.
Weather events around the world and domestically. It's obvious, Mr. Speaker, when you have more flooding, when you have more droughts, it affects food production. It affects the size of livestock as well. Mr. Speaker, let's be serious about the solutions at hand. Let's work together to build up the economy. Canadians expect it. Let's meet this moment right now.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I invite the Liberal government to talk to Canadians to find out how much the cost of living is hurting them. The Minister of Finance promised to stabilize food prices 3 years ago, but his plan did not work. Food inflation has never been higher in Canada. It's twice as high as in the U.S. They need to stop making excuses. And here's the solution from the Conservatives, our affordability plan. Will the Liberal government support it and finally take action to help Canadians? The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we'll be voting at third reading for the Canadian Grocery and Essentials rebate, and I'm really happy we'll be working together for Canadians with this measure. And it will give a family of 4 $1,800 back, and that is giving them purchasing power and allowing families, and not manufacturers or grocery stores, it'll allow families to decide for themselves. That's what Canadians want. They want to have the choice. And thank you for your support.
No. They don't want the choice because they vote Liberal, and the Liberal don't want you to have choice. You know what's going on? You know what's going on? There's more cognitive dissonance. How can you want choice but yet you beg government ends out. I just don't get it. How can someone that think critically can take these so-called liberals seriously? Really? I just don't understand. It's brain rot.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Minister of Finance promised to stabilize food prices. Since then, the price of lettuce is up by 40%.
By the way, this angle of attack, it's to say liberal broken promise. This is what's going on.
Price of coffee is up 34% and price of beef is up 27%. Mr. Speaker, instead of lowering costs, the Liberals have been putting another Band-Aid on the problem with another temporary rebate. Will the Liberals finally reverse this trend by supporting our Conservative motion, which eliminates the industrial carbon tax, abolishes the fuel standards tax, and strengthens competition in grocery stores?
They don't want that.
The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, it's fundamental for the choice to be up to Canadians. And it's so important that we're not only working to approve this grocery rebate, but we're also rebuilding our economy to tackle this trade war that we never hear them talk about. So this is a whole system that we're tackling to give back purchasing power to Canadians, and we have to do this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hegemony of giants, according to the PM's speech at Davos. But yet he himself is blocking the agreement with Taiwan in order to court China. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister doing exactly the opposite of what he said at Davos?
That line of questioning is amazing. So basically, Taiwan is a middle power. China is a big power. Carney's speech at Davos was all about let's team up with the middle power to be as strong as the big powers. Let's not rely on the big powers. Yet, we don't want to deal with Taiwan. We want to deal with China. It's an amazing angle from the Quebec part, because just before there was another question in the same vein where why would we deal with communists? They are bad. They kidnap people. They end lives. They push propaganda. Oh, wait, we also do that here.
Minister of International Trade.
Expanding our partnership around the world, including in the Indo-Pacific. Canada and Taiwan enjoy strong economic and people-to-people ties consistent with our long-standing One China policy. We will continue to stand up for Canadian interests as we diversify trade and strengthen relationships with reliable trading partners around the world. Thank you, Mr.
It's wild to hear the Foreign Affairs Minister claim that they support science when the Liberals are literally attacking agricultural research. They are shutting down research centres in Lacombe, Indian Head, Guelph, Quebec City, Portage-la Prairie, and Cumberland County. Meanwhile, they spend $19 billion on consultants, $33 million on a prison farm, $22 million on beans for women for empowerment in Congo. Why is the Prime Minister dismantling the foundation?
You know what? Congo, if I'm right in my geography, is one of the most conservative, one of the least right-friendly place. And you know why? It's because they're not like that. It's because they believe men are superior than women. So when we see that kind of money end out, what do you think they're doing with that money? It's not to push for the feminist cause. It's not for woman empowerment. It's a money laundering scheme. Because the people there, they don't give a crap about that. And I know what I'm talking about because my wife is African. And she likes the housewife style of life. She wasn't raised in a brainwashed, propaganda-driven country that's anti-traditional values. And this is what's going on in a lot of countries where we just send money for causes these countries don't care about. This is what's going on. Wake up, Canada. Stop being so gullible and naive.
Of Canadian food security just to fund his foreign virtue signaling.
Right on.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
I will bet Congo didn't use that money to empower women.
Science plays an integral role and will continue to play an integral role in this country for agriculture and agri-food. Mr. Speaker, we are maintaining our research and development presence in every single province, and the department continues to be the largest science service center in this country with 17 sites. By streamlining our research, we are prioritizing high-impact areas, reducing duplication, and better aligning our needs with our ranchers and farmers across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Not maintaining their cutting and shutting. Workers at the Indian Head Agricultural Research Farm are the latest to lose their jobs thanks to this Liberal government. This research centre provides cutting-edge innovation on soil management, crop varieties, and disease and pest resiliency. It provides jobs for Canadian scientists, improves Canadian crop production to the benefit of Canadian farmers. Meanwhile, the Liberals have sent hundreds of millions of Canadian tax dollars overseas for stupid, ideologically driven pet projects like $8 million for gender-just rice farming in Vietnam. Instead of closing Canadian research centres that benefit Canadians, why not stop the phony foreign aid project?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if that member's memory serves him correct, but I'll go back to 2011 and 2012. That may jog his memory a little bit. A focused agriculture research presence should move away from scattered, soiled research, siloed projects and toward a mission-driven, outcome-oriented system that treats food production as a cornerstone of national security, economic resilience, and climate adaptation. This is what we're hearing from our stakeholders. We're going to move agriculture forward, and we're going to make science and research a big part of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have repeatedly told Canadians to trust the science, but now they're firing the very scientists who help feed Canadians. The government is shutting down 7 agriculture research centres across Canada, including the storied one in Lacombe. Meanwhile, the Liberals will waste $742 million on a gun grab that police say will do nothing. $742 million would keep the Lacombe Research Station open for 40 years. With 2.2 million Canadians lining up at the food bank every month, why is this government so hell-bent on wasting cash on programs that experts say will not work and killing the programs that the experts say will?
You know what? This line of questioning is amazing. They attack how the Liberals are not fiscally responsible. Look at all of the waste. Congo, Vietnam. What about us no longer living in tents?
Mr. Speaker, when talking to stakeholders across this country, we have a real opportunity to even advance our research, and we'll continue to do that. The department continues to be the largest agriculture research in Canada, but this opportunity for transformation in the research sector is most prominent in our agriculture and agri-food divisions, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to invest in agriculture and agri-research, partner with our academias, talk to our stakeholders, and move forward with the best science in the world as we have today.
That's great.
So I was moving back. I didn't do some trimming there, so we kept everything.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has admitted that a country that cannot feed itself has few options. However, this Liberal government's closing 7 agriculture research facilities. The research and development has a 35-to-1 return on investment for taxpayers. It's also crucial for growing crops to feed Canada and the rest of the world, despite our harsh climate. With 2.2 million Canadians lining up at food banks every month, does the Prime Minister seriously think that it's a good idea to cut valuable research into how we can grow more food here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard when I've traveled around the country, I've heard many times that we can do better in research and development. We'll continue to build on that, Mr. Speaker. We'll listen to the professionals in this regard, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to go down the path, Mr. Speaker, of not having science in this country. It's extremely important to our trade, Mr. Speaker. It's extremely important to our agriculture and agri-food communities, and we're going to continue to build on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have bungled fighter jet procurement for decades. Now, with Donald Trump threatening Canada's sovereignty and our NATO allies, New Democrats call on the Prime Minister to cancel all F-35 contracts and commit to purchasing the Swedish Saab Gripen. The Prime Minister promised to make Canada less reliant on American military. Will the Prime Minister make the switch, or does his Davos speech mean nothing?
Hear, hear.
That's an amazing line of questioning. It the TDS
in the Canadian Armed Forces, we
part
are procuring
of
a new fleet of fighter aircraft
Liberal
for the Canadian
fan
Armed Forces.
base.
We review all procurement approaches to align with the best interests of Canadians and the needs of the Canadian Armed Forces. We are committed to procuring what the Air Force needs while ensuring economic benefits for Canadians. And that is exactly what we'll do.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need hope. Hope for affordable groceries. Since this Prime Minister took office, he has promised to be judged by grocery store prices. Costs are rising twice as fast amongst the other G7 countries. And I asked the Prime Minister why. It's because of our weak dollar, he said. But he needs to protect it. Can the Prime Minister explain why he gave us a weak dollar and expensive groceries? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote the Leader of the Opposition from 26. He invited his colleagues to turn this rhetoric into reality. We see obstruction right now. Canadians asked us to present a plan to grow the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canada's sovereignty and to ensure that Canadian families, our seniors, the young people, have a promising future, Mr. Speaker. Can the Leader of the Opposition, will he support the government to pass our budget? Rather than quoting people, he, in 2023, said that he would stabilize grocery prices before Thanksgiving. Now, it's been more than 2 years, and grocery prices are rising twice as much. We have the worst food inflation amongst the other G7 countries, and this finance minister who caused these issues, he's still in power. Why does the Prime Minister continue with these taxes and inflationary deficits, and why is he depriving Canadians of affordable food? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, allow me to help the Leader of the Opposition. He wrote in 2026 that it's time to leave rhetoric aside and to look at the reality of the situation. I know that the Leader of the Opposition was very concerned about his own future at the time, but if he saw the measure we announced to ensure food stability, there'll be a benefit that will help families. There'll be $500 million to have more food, and more importantly, he has the opportunity to support the government to help Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Under this Liberal government and under that particular minister, auto production has fallen by half. The Prime Minister was elected promising that he would protect the auto industry and get a deal with the U.S. by July 21st. He broke both of those promises, and since there have been job losses at Cami Ingersoll, GM Oshawa, Stellantis Brampton, and PACCAR au Quebec. Mr. Speaker, today he finally flip-flopped on his cherished EV mandate, but is bringing in a new subsidy for people to buy American-made automobiles. Why is he forcing Canadian workers to pay taxes to subsidize American vehicles?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I know it's Thursday, but I have good news for the Leader of the Opposition. I have very good news for him, and I have good news for Canadians. It's called the Canada Auto Strategy, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Prime Minister of Canada today was standing up for Canadian workers, for Canadian industry, for the future of the industry in this country. They can yell as much as they want on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, but the workers know what we have done for them. They know what we're doing today and what we're going to do in the future. Mr. Speaker, we'll build Canada strong.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that minister was in charge of industrial policies, the Minister of Industry, while automobile production fell in Canada by half. And now under this Prime Minister, we've lost 5,000 more auto jobs. Here's the deal that he's announced today. The American president will continue to tariff Canadian-made automobiles going into the U.S., while Canadian taxpayers will be forced to subsidize American vehicles coming back into Canada. Instead of subsidizing American vehicles and killing Canadian jobs, why not take our plan to take the GST off Canadian-made automobiles?
That'd be too smart for them.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will tell him that under my watch, for the first time in Canadian history, we brought a European manufacturer to invest in our country, Mr. Speaker. It's called Volkswagen. It's called St. Thomas. It's called the car of the future, Mr. Speaker. Volkswagen has invested a record amount in Canada, Mr. Speaker. They can yell as much as they want, but the people in St. Thomas know who did it. They know what we're doing today, and they know we're going to support our worker, our industry, and the auto sector in this country, Mr. Speaker. Let them continue to criticize.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's literally yelling for us to stop yelling. This is an example of the Liberal illusion. The Prime Minister has put in charge of finance the industry minister who's responsible for auto production in Canada falling by half. Wow. And the present collapse of auto production and jobs in our country. Now, the Prime Minister broke his promise to negotiate a deal with the U.S., and now he wants to subsidize U.S.-made vehicles. Why not take taxes off Canadian-made vehicles so that we can bring home jobs to our country?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't need to speak loud because Canadians know what we did. If he wants to look at what we did under my watch, Mr. Speaker, let him talk about about Windsor, Mr. Speaker, and about Nexstar. What we did, Mr. Speaker, is to see where the puck is going. That is truly Canadian. Making sure that we build the auto sector of
Where
today,
the
not
buck
auto
is
sector of
coming, the
tomorrow,
green
Mr. Speaker.
scam.
We understood, and not even just Canadian. Bloomberg said that Canada would have the most complete supply chain when it comes to EV, Mr. Speaker.
Extortionist. It's one thing to stand up
to contact me so we can respond.
So the bloc that day they were attacking
Mr. Speaker, there are seniors who are not receiving their old age pensions, and instead of helping them, the Liberals are trying to protect themselves. It's extremely worrisome because the same QRM system is experiencing problems with the payment of old age.
Stand with Donald Trump because, well, Donald Trump imposes 10%.
Response fund to support the industry, $570 million to support reskilling and upskilling workers. Mr. Speaker, this is how you build Canada strong. We stand together when times are tough. And
the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
This Liberal minister says that they stand with auto workers. What it looks like is they stand with Donald Trump because, well, Donald Trump imposes 10% tariffs on every single vehicle.
I just hear you. Oh my God. Even the
Yes.
did play on TV.
The member may start
You
over.
heard that because it sounds dumb.
I didn't see anything unparliamentary in that.
It's the offended Liberal.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The Liberal minister just said that they stand with auto workers, but it sure looks like they stand with Donald Trump. Let me explain. While Donald Trump imposes 10% tariffs on every single vehicle that comes into Canada, these Liberals have passed an EV mandate that is actually going to give Canadian taxpayer dollars in the form of subsidies to American-made EVs. You actually can't make this up. Less than 5% of Canadian vehicles will qualify for this EV subsidy. Why are they contributing to Donald Trump's Buy American instead of preserving jobs in Canada?
Because Brookfield is in the USA.
The Honourable Minister, Secretary of State, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If that member and the party opposite thinks that we are on the wrong side of Canadian sovereignty, they've got another thing coming. Our approach is all about Canadian sovereignty. It's all about investing in the companies that invest in us.
What?
It's all about embracing the future of electrification. It's all about embracing our workers who are the best workers in the world. And for the members opposite to top down Canadian sovereignty, top down this sector, this moment of real challenge,
He does.
an opportunity to solve it is really beneath them.
You think I'm joking?
It's actually a little bit of education for these Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Less than 5% of vehicles manufactured in Canada will qualify for this EV rebate.
Speaker, I have good news for my friend. Today, Trans Mountain just said they will be increasing the amount of oil they transport by 10% on the first of 3 optimization projects. That's how we build Canada.
We're going to work with academia, and we're going to make research better than it ever has been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nunavut.
In Rankin Inlet, the NDP caucus heard from one Inuk who shared that he has waited for 11 years for a house. There are 17 people in his 2-bedroom unit. His story is all too common in Nunavut. The government is acting on what I've told them. Nunavut will receive 50 more homes added to the 700 originally promised in the budget. This is a good start. Will the minister keep working with Nunavut to address the worst housing crisis in Canada?
You're here.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I'm very excited to share that the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated reached an agreement to deliver up to 750 homes in the territory there. Build Canada Homes will lead this work using innovative factory-built components to get homes ready faster. We're prioritizing Canadian materials. We're supporting innovative businesses and creating lots of job opportunities and training opportunities. This partnership will make a real difference on the ground. I thank her for her leadership and helping bring more homes to Nunavut that are much needed affordable homes, and I encourage all.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Good news, Mr. Speaker. Canada's energy regulator has rejected Brookfield's plans to send Canadian hydroelectricity to the United States with almost no benefit to the people who live here, and has instead recommended a full licensing process and review. But the final decision still rests with the Minister of Natural Resources. So will that minister commit to accepting the energy regulator's recommendations and ensuring that Canada's national interests always come first?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
let me reassure the member across the aisle that our government is working closely with the government of British Columbia to build an affordable, reliable, and clean electricity grid that meets the significant surge in demand we are expecting in the years to come. As the member opposite said, this matter is currently before the Commission of the Canadian Energy Regulator, which makes its decisions independent of the federal government in the best interests of Canada's ability to meet its domestic energy needs.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
The state of emergency in Cross Lake Pimicikamak is now over 40 days long. The Army came, made recommendations, and left. And where is the federal government? Still brainstorming solutions. Meanwhile, evacuees remain stranded in cities without adequate supports. When will Ottawa move past talking points, at a minimum, implement the Army's recommendations, and uphold their constitutional responsibilities to support people returning to a safe home?
Here.
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
I can assure my friend across the aisle that emergency management, our department was in contact with that nation from the commencement of the power outage. We've worked, as has Indigenous Services Canada, to make sure that firstly we sent the Canadian Armed Forces, and secondly that there were sufficient people on the ground to help evacuate and provide benefits to the region. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As International Development Week comes to a close, I know I and many of my colleagues in this place have met with dozens of frontline workers from development organizations who are reeling from the broken promise. During the election, the Liberals promised, the Prime Minister said, quote unquote, we will not cut foreign assistance, we will not cut development assistance, and the budget showed a cut of $2.7 billion. We used to be known in the world. Lester B. Pearson, as former Prime Minister, set the global target for development assistance, and yet here we are falling through the cracks, not delivering. Will the Minister commit to reviving the Pearson target?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, we remain committed to our long-standing international assistance priorities. We will continue to fight poverty, to support gender equality, to strengthen health, food, and education systems, and build climate resilience. We will continue to deliver urgent humanitarian aid abroad. And, Mr. Speaker, the measure of our work is in the partnerships we build to deliver development outcomes at scale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So that was that question period. Impressive with the far left laughing at the left. So I guess we will move on to the next clip.
Well, we've got some breaking news for you from Ottawa. A longtime Liberal loyalist will be stepping back from his MP duties for a new gig. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian is on the story for us, joins us live now from our parliamentary bureau. So, Rafi, I'll let you break it for us. What do we know?
Well, Bill Blair, who is a familiar name to many in the audience, is leaving his seat as an MP. A senior government source is now confirming to CBC that that's expected to happen today. It's been a bit of an open secret that Blair was not long for the House of Commons. Of course, he was public safety minister under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government, then became defense minister under Trudeau as well. Held onto that portfolio briefly when Mark Carney became Prime Minister, but was shuffled out of cabinet after the general election in April. Blair is going to become High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, which is one of those rumors that have been floating around Parliament Hill for a while. Just last week, one of my colleagues asked him, when are you going to England? And he chuckled and said, good question. So that's kind of the atmosphere around this particular story that's been going on for a while now. We also know that Nathalie Drouin, who is the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, is going to become the next ambassador to France. Now, both these appointments are supposed to happen shortly. The Prime Minister's office did put out a news release about the appointments, saying that they'll be active by sometime this spring.
Very interesting.
I will mention that already, and that's all I wanted to cover. So the idea is a Liberal MP decides to step down to get the overseas job, which is amazing. But here's the thing. It's de facto means someone left the Liberal caucus. Yet the media doesn't spin it that way. The media focus on the new job and how it's just something that happens. But here's the thing. A month ago, we had Chrystia Freeland also leaving. And now Bill Blair is leaving. And now another guy wants the Toronto, or I should say the Ontario provincial election, and he will also leave. So that means we got 3 MPs leaving the Liberal caucus in 5 weeks. We had 2 MPs leaving the Conservative caucus in 2 months, and that was the end of the world. That was a really bad leadership for Pierre Poilievre. But here we don't speak about Carney leadership and how he treats people. Based on what I heard, Mark Carney treats his caucus like he's the CEO of a corporation. He doesn't give a crap about what they believe, what they say, what they think. It's, I tell you to do something, you do it. And I feel like that kind of feeling rubbed off the wrong way. Someone that might be in government for years and now they get tired of that kind of behavior. Any thoughts on that, Dragon?
No, I mean, look, it's double standards. It's kind of like, I'm not saying a lot of it. I'm assuming that one guy, like TDS, serves no bounds. The only reason I said, oh my God, when I heard it, I'm just like, you're a member. Like, a lot of people ask, like, oh, well, okay, technically in a party situation, it's usually responsible of the person who's the head of the party why they're suffering. But, like in the case of people, Trump barely sneezes and they think he has big influence. What's the irony is there's usually a derangement or just a bias. That's what a lot of people have. They won't see it. They'll see the truth they wish to see. The problem is your Liberal Party is not going to acknowledge that they have issues. Could the Liberals be split back to the NDP? Possibly. But I don't know if that helps conservatives.
Yes, if Liberals are fleeing the NDP, because the NDP is much weaker, that means the left vote will be split. And if the left vote is split, that means the Conservative, if they keep on what they gained, they will form government. The big reason why they lost, well, there are several reasons, but one of the big factor is the NDP collapsed. And because the NDP collapsed, a lot of the more progressive riding, instead of having either NDP or Liberals, they all went Liberals. So there are a lot of ridings that were very close, but they were ultimately won by Liberals. And sometimes the fact that there was no NDP meant no Conservative either, because a lot of riding, especially if you're in a city riding, either you're NDP or Liberal. So if you have these two parties that are kind of strong, they fight off for the same base. So it's one of the two. But if you go in other riding like suburban or like countryside, usually it's between the NDP and the Conservative. So in these areas, Conservative, they did a lot of gains. But in the cities, the big places with a bunch of people, it's either Liberals or NDP. So that means if the Liberal vote goes to the NDP, they will still remain like some of some of the Liberals will remain Liberals. And the other reason why I think if Liberals flee toward the NDP is a good thing is the NDP never formed government. The closest time they were from forming government was from 2011 to 2015 when the Liberals collapsed. And at that point, we had a Conservative government. So that's the closest place because the NDP was the official opposition. So basically, they were wearing the current Conservative shoes, but 14 years ago. And that was the closest time, the closest position they had to power. And the reason why they didn't become government afterward, it's because the Liberals, they came back really strong with Trudeau. So again, if the Liberals are collapsing and they give their votes to the NDP, what will happen is we may have a 2011 to 2015 case where Conservative are back in power and the opposition won't be the Liberals, it will be the NDP. Or maybe it's the Liberals if they can hold on to enough seats. But it's actually a good thing if we got two leftist party because they will fight for the same votes. Anyway, you can bring up the next two videos.
Yeah.
Being the speech and the Nate Nicken Smith. Actually, next three. Nate and Nicken Smith, the question period of the 6th, and the Harper speech. Yeah, question period 6, yeah. So we are pulling up the next few ones. So the last one missing is the Nate Inking Skit Smith. I butchered his name so badly.
No, I just think
Toronto political landscape has been shaken
Trump for everything. Here's the problem. They want to blame tariffs. Every other nation has been dealing with Trump's tariffs. By the way, fun fact, India has said they're to stop buying Russian oil. We'll see if they 100% follow through, or they're going to buy less, and that's going to hurt Putin's pocketbook. But here's the thing. The problem, a lot of people, like, you can't keep blaming the tariffs for everything. Eventually, Carney should have made a deal. Everyone else, I just don't understand. Like, if
he doesn't want a deal because he can fearmonger the boomers, and then the boomers will just vote for him again because I don't know, they lost their way of.
Like,
I think they lost their critical thinking.
Boomers. Maybe there's an entire population up there. They just believe, they think that Trump has nothing against Canadians.
And it's hilarious. You know what? A lot of Canadians, especially in Quebec, truly believes the USA will annex us. This is how bad it has gotten.
But this is the problem.
And now the speculation begins over what happens next
so
and
Nate
how long
is
it will
leaving
take
caucus.
for the new reality to set in.
As soon as there's a by-election, though, I am all in, and I'll be resigning this seat, and I'll be focused on provincial politics.
The provincial door is open for Liberal leadership hopeful Nate Erskine Smith, but still with a few steps to get through it. With Dolly Begum resigning as the NDP MPP for Scarborough Southwest in order to run federally for the Liberals, Erskine Smith says he's willing to give up his seat in Ottawa for Queen's Park.
The Ford government is failing, and yeah, they can, folksy charm, put on the Team Canada hat. It ultimately is not good enough. It's, I see incompetence, I see self-dealing, I see a tired government, and we deserve better.
The Ford government needs to call a by-election in Scarborough Southwest within the next 6 months. But will those in the riding be following along and make sense of it all?
Whether this guy will be of any help to the Liberals, I don't.
I will also tell you this. Nate was also a Trudeau guy. So why there's no narrative out there saying, oh, the Trudeau people don't like Carney? Because now it's 3 Trudeau MPs in a row that are leaving. But no, the media pretend it's not happening.
Well, that's the funny thing. It's kind of like everyone in the U.S. talks like, oh, there's neocons and all these other types. Most of the neocons are either dead or retired. The problem itself is Carney is very milquetoast status quo. They probably see the writings on the wall.
Yeah. But the media will pretend it's not happening.
And here's the other thing. If people don't, like, it's just like Democrats ignore the waves of retirements in the U.S. elections. There's a lot of people not running. More Democrats than Republicans. So I look at it a similar way. There's a reason a lot of people who have been there a while, Democrats have been trying to replace certain candidates. You don't hear about that. It's probably the same thing up there. Because if poll numbers don't look good on a candidate, they're trying to figure out good candidates for midterms. Especially if they're in a targeted district. And I've heard someone brought up to me about gerrymandering. I'm like, gerrymandering takes place every 10 years. Every time we have a census. Basically, like, population shift. So it's based on the census. There's like, they always try to carve up districts. They blame conservatives, but it's like anyone who's in position of power will try to carve those areas up.
So now it's...
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Speech.
Merci. To celebrate the people and the partnerships that made 10 years of good governance possible. And in spite of today's uncertain case for all of those who serve directly in the office of the Prime Minister, your dedication and your personal efforts are a great gift that I will always remember. Encore, merci, du fond de cœur, à vous tous. I also need to take a moment to reflect on the friends that we have lost. That was, for me, an incredibly moving video. You know, a lot of, I'm not going to name names, it was a lot of such great...
So he refers to someone in the political ecosphere, if we can call it that way, of Canada that just passed away a few weeks ago. And he's sad because that person worked with him and for him. So he highlights that.
People, and some that we lost way too young, way too early. But it reminded me that our 10 years in government, were really just a series of moments. As Prime Minister, many of these moments are on display for the world to see. But as I think about the great people who are no longer with us, I remember the intimate moments that we shared on this anniversary. You know, I especially won't forget my conversations with Doug Findlay, particularly in the days leading up to the 2006 election, one of the greatest political operatives in history. I often ask myself, what would Doug do? Sometimes I'd do the opposite, but I often ask myself that question. Anyway, look, Diane, so grateful you could be here. Thank you for joining us. There were so many incredible members of our team who made such important contributions to the country while they were with us. You know, I shouldn't name names. Jim Flaherty, Jim Prentice, Chuck Strahl, Gail Shea, Nigel Wright. Look, way too many to name, too many more. All incredible Canadians, and as I say, lost to us in many cases all too soon. So as we remember our friends and those moments, let us commit to creating new moments with our colleagues, friends, and family in their honor. That's how we honor them. Now, speaking of loss, let us also take a moment to recommit to remembering that our way of life is protected by those of our citizens who put on the uniform, who put their lives on the line to protect and preserve our freedom and sovereignty, and who far too often during our time, my time in office, made the ultimate sacrifice. Those sacrifices are something which weigh heavily on me to this day. And I know that you agree that we must be eternally grateful as a country to our fallen.
That's patriotic. I miss that a lot. He is from another era. an era of Canadian prosperity.
I also want to recognize my family, my brothers, Grant and Robert's family, Alan, Katie, and Lizzie, who are with us, my late father and my mother, who gave me a loving and privileged start in life, my children, Ben and Rachel, who many of you remember as these small little children, but who have grown into successful and well-adjusted adults despite all that I put them through. And of course, my best friend, my wisest counselor, and the love of my life, Lorraine. Lorraine carried way too much of the burden, and I'm just going to let you in on something. I'm not always the easiest person to be married to. Now, I could have said that 10 years ago, and many of you would not dare to have laughed at that statement. Anyway, chers amis, ensemble comme individu et comme une équipe, vous avez constitué la meilleure qu'un dirigeant ait jamais eue, et celle qui m'a offert pendant près de 10 ans le meilleur job dans le meilleur pays au monde. Friends together, as individuals and as a team, you constituted the best a leader ever had, which enabled me to serve for almost a decade in what I call the best job in the best country in the world. Ensemble, nous avons bâti un véhicule politique formidable, le Parti conservateur du Canada moderne. We built together a remarkable political vehicle, the modern Conservative Party of Canada, created in concert with, first and foremost, my friend and partner, co-founder, the Honourable Peter MacKay. Peter took an incredibly courageous step in making this happen. It was Peter and myself that quickly expanded in this room to dozens of you, then hundreds of you, then thousands and thousands more in the year that followed. We created the first durable Conservative coalition since Sir John A. Macdonald. We brought together the Tory Conservative tradition, the populist Conservative tradition, et la tradition conservatrice autonomiste au sein d'un seul parti. Nous avons créé la première base politique permanente pour les conservateurs du Québec en plus d'un siècle. Félicitations à des grands employés qui ont accompli ça et des grands lieutenants du Québec que j'ai eu, Monsieur Lawrence Cannon,
So he's
Christian Paradis,
basically
Denis
thanking
Lavelle.
people in his administration.
And since
Coming
our
up,
departure
people
from
have very
office in
interesting
2015,
stuff.
the Conservative Party has remained not just an alternative to the government, we are the only credible alternative to the government. And sometimes when I listen to these guys over the other side, I think we are the government, but that's a whole other story.
Very
Mais
accurate
mes amis,
after all of these questions.
le plus
Very-
important,
I
ce
agree.
n'est pas que nous étions au gouvernement, mais plutôt ce que nous avons pu accomplir grâce à ce gouvernement. But friends, the most important thing is not that we were in government, but rather what we accomplished through that government. During our time, we brought a conservative philosophy to our government, afin de produire des résultats concrets et améliorer concrètement la vie des Canadiens et Canadiennes qui travaillent fort et leurs familles.
You wanted to improve
We did
everyone's
we
life
brought a government
with
with conservative
concrete
philosophy to
proof and
produce concrete outcomes,
ways.
to improve the lives of hardworking Canadians and their families. And I could go through all of the things we did to do that, remind you we did to do that. Let me just summarize it the way our leaders summarized it. Even according to the liberal New York Times, in our time, we had created in Canada the richest middle class in the world.
That's 20 years ago. It's no longer that.
We shifted away from a criminal justice system that focused exclusively on the welfare of criminals to one that protected victims and advanced society's interests. And We stopped targeting law-abiding gun owners and instead prosecuted actual gun criminals. La conséquence a été que la criminalité violente a diminué durant notre mandat de près de 30%. The consequence was that violent crime fell during our time by nearly 30%. We were pragmatic in dealing with the challenge of climate change.
Pragmatic is a great word used so
in order
much
to
by
create
Carney.
future growth and job opportunities.
It just sounds
and
better
we
when it's
rejected
coming
costly
from Harper.
taxes that would make life harder for our citizens and more difficult for our businesses. We just said no and no and no to carbon taxes.
That's a big message, Marxist Carney.
Our approach was also reflected in how we partnered with Indigenous Canadians. With Chuck Strahl and Jim Prentice, we made the historic apology for the policy of residential schools. At the same time, we focused on delivering practical benefits that empowered Indigenous people. Through the efforts of Jason Kenney, Diane, and others, we overhauled Canada's immigration policies to ensure a strong economic focus and align it with labor force needs, while we phased out the large-scale exploitive program of low-skilled temporary foreign workers.
And that's something the Liberals brought back, folks.
Of course,
every single thing mentioned is like the polar opposite of what we got in the last 10 years. And keep in mind, you said it, we had the best middle class in the world. So when you don't do that, you don't do it right, because now here we are, like people live in tents now.
Economic management was always at the top of our agenda. Nous avons fait face à la plus grande crise financière mondiale d'un siècle. Nous en sommes sortis plus rapidement et plus fort que n'importe quel autre grand pays, grande économie avancée. With Canada's greatest finance minister, the late Jim Flaherty. As has been remembered tonight, we faced the largest global financial crisis in a century, and we came out of it faster and stronger than any other major advanced economy, creating almost 1.5 million jobs. Through the budgets of Jim and Joe Oliver and the efforts of Treasury Board presidents like Tony Clement and Stock and Vic Taves and others, nous avons réduit les taxes et les impôts de toutes sortes. Impôts sur les sociétés et les petites entreprises, impôts sur les revenus des particuliers, à la TPS de 7 à 6 à 5%, créant ainsi le fardeau fiscal fédéral le plus bas pour les Canadiens depuis plus de 5 ans.
You had balanced budget back then.
Nous avons investi des sommes records croissantes dans les soins de santé, l'éducation et des infrastructures publiques. Et nous avons fait tout ça en laissant le pays avec un budget équilibré. Imaginez. I'm sorry, but I got to repeat that one. We cut taxes of all kinds. Corporate and small business taxes, personal income taxes, and of course the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. We created the lowest federal tax burden for Canadians in over half a century. At the same time, as we did that, we made record and growing expenditures in healthcare, education, and public infrastructure, and we did all that while leaving this country with a balanced budget.
This is what I call leadership.
Avec Peter et Lawrence et John et Rob, nous avons mis de l'avant une approche de principe dans la conduite de nos relations étrangères, fondée sur les intérêts du Canada sur 3 axes, l'économie, la sécurité et les valeurs démocratiques. With Peter and Lawrence and John and Rob, we brought a principled approach to our foreign relations based on Canada's interests on 3 clear axes: security, the economy, and our democratic values. Those criteria drove, for example, our international maternal, newborn, and child health care initiative, which lowered maternal and early childhood mortality in the developing world by nearly half. A fact we're all proud of, and I know that Christian delivered so hard, and Christian and others delivered so hard, worked so hard to deliver. Our principles in foreign affairs drew us closer to our allies, including the United States under 2 different administrations. They led us to prioritize relations with embattled allies in Israel and Ukraine, and we need a government behind them today as well. They also led us to deepen relations with countries that will be our allies longer term, most notably India. They saw us deal. They saw us engage, but engage prudently and carefully and in Canada's interests with China. They saw us warn the world very early on about Vladimir Putin's Russia. And they saw us end relations with the Ayatollah's Iran. During our time in office, we had high-profile, integrated military roles with our allies against Gaddafi in Libya, against ISIS in Iraq, and of course, in Afghanistan. And also, because of these principles and because of that commitment, we invested in stronger capabilities for our Army, our Air Force, and our Navy. Friends, you do not measure military effectiveness. Frankly, you don't measure the effectiveness of any government program by dollars spent. You measure it by capability. And through initially Gordon O'Connor, and then Peter and Rob and Jason, we were creating a 100-degree military. That is, a military which could operate in the deserts of the Middle East at 50 degrees above zero and in the Canadian Arctic at 50 degrees below. Ce dernier n'était qu'un élément dans nos efforts pour garantir notre souveraineté nordique. As I said repeatedly, when it comes to Canada's Arctic, we either use it or lose it. That's why we invested in an Arctic Army training base in Resolute, in Arctic offshore patrol vessels, and other defense and Coast Guard capabilities in the north. That's why we extended the National Highway System to the Arctic Ocean, why we built the High Arctic Research Station and the deep water port in Iqaluit that Leona and I saw firsthand last June. Leona, by the way, was an incredible driving force for these and other northern projects. Give her a big hand. But that was not all we did to strengthen and unite our country. Nous avons réussi à régler le déséquilibre fiscal. En fait, nous avons entrepris de nombreuses initiatives pour renforcer la place essentielle du Québec au sein du Canada, notamment
en accordant au Québec un siège à l'UNESCO,
en célébrant la langue française, la langue fondatrice du Canada, et en reconnaissant que les Québécois forment une nation au sein d'un Canada uni.
I feel like a patriot right now.
Donc pas se surprendre que le séparatisme québécois ait connu un déclin constant durant notre mandat. No wonder the fortunes of Quebec separatism declined steadily during our time. As for Western separatism, it vanished completely. And of course, when we're talking about national unity and pride, our government always proudly flew our flag at full mast. As has already been mentioned, at the intersection of our nation-building and international agendas was our work on global trade access, tout particulièrement pertinente aujourd'hui, et notre succès dans l'expansion du réseau de libre-échange du Canada, de seulement 5 pays à notre entrée en fonction à 51, représentant les 2 tiers du PIB mondial. Particularly relevant today is our success in expanding Canada's free trade network, from just 5 countries when we took office to 51, covering 2/3 of global GDP. It's something that David,
51st
Stock O'Day,
date.
Peter Van Loo, and Ed Fast, and of course our public service negotiators all made possible. Give them all a big hand for their efforts. Mes amis, voilà donc notre bilan. That's just some of our record.
Or
And I
maybe
hope
not.
that in your conversations over dinner, you've touched on many other issues that I missed, because we can
I think
take
it's the
great
best part
pride
right now
in
that's
all of it.
coming.
Now, friends, over the past few years, first as we were putting together my archive collection for the National Library, through that effort and through other reflections on our achievements, I began compiling my memoirs. And tonight I'm pleased to announce that later this year, we will release, here for Canada, memoirs of the 22nd Prime Minister. Now, friends, to be frank, I felt the need for memoirs at this time in part parce que beaucoup des gains que nous avons gagnés pour notre pays ont été depuis 2015 renversés ou gaspillés, laissant le Canada beaucoup plus affaibli et fragilisé. Sadly, friends, after 2015, many of the gains we made for our country were either reversed or squandered, leaving Canada
Because of
so
liberal
much
policies.
weaker and more divided. I am sometimes asked, I'm sure you are, if it bothers you, if it bothers me. The truth is, not as much as you might think. Nos responsabilités, lorsqu'on confie l'honneur des hautes fonctions, c'est de faire ce que nous pouvons pendant le temps qui nous est donné. Our responsibilities, when handed the honor of high office, is to do the best we can with the time that we have. There are no permanent governments in a democracy. That means that anything can be built upon. It means that anything can be undone. And it also means that eventually anything can be restored. So, friends, I've largely stayed silent on what has transpired. Néanmoins, durant cette période de deuxième mandat de l'administration Trump, je crois que notre pays est véritablement à la croisée des chemins. Et je souhaite dire quelques mots sur ce sujet avant de me taire à nouveau. In the past year, Canada has faced a challenge unique in our lifetimes: a hostile United States. One that has openly questioned Canadian sovereignty, that has openly broken the trade commitments that we have made to each other, and that regularly issues further threats against us. As Canadians, we've been understandably shocked, bewildered, and angry. But while these feelings are understandable, it will surprise no one who worked with me to hear me say that we must focus not on emotion, but on policy. The American people have chosen their administration, and that administration is pursuing what it believes is in America's interests. Pour le Canada, la question n'est pas de savoir ce que nous ressentons face aux actions des États-Unis, mais plutôt comment nous allons nous adapter. The question for Canada is not how we feel about what the U.S. is doing. It is, how will we adapt? Now, friends, I know there are many in Canada, many particularly in the business community, who believe that things will go back to the way they were in due course, with secure and predictable access to the U.S. market and a United States that upholds
It's over.
a global order. I do not believe that is a safe assumption. Rather, I believe that Canada must adapt to new geopolitical realities. Pour être clair, ces réalités signifient que nous devons réduire notre dépendance envers les États-Unis afin de protéger notre souveraineté et notre économie.
And that goes back to what he was preaching and saying back then. That's why he diversified his markets before Carney ever talked about it. Back then, Carney wasn't part of government.
Et discernement. To be clear, these realities mean that we must reduce our dependence on the U.S. in order to protect our sovereignty and our economy. But we must do so also clearly understanding that by all the critical measures of international relations, America will still remain our principal partner in the world. Thus, our future path requires balance and sober reflection. Ce débat national doit être suffisamment mature pour commencer, pour reconnaître que beaucoup des difficultés auxquelles nous sommes confrontés aujourd'hui ne peuvent être imputées à Donald Trump. Dans bien trop de cas, elles découlent de mauvaises décisions prises par notre propre gouvernement. Our national conversation must be mature enough to acknowledge that many of the difficulties we now face as a country cannot be blamed on Donald Trump. In too many cases, they stem from bad decisions by our own government.
Nice speech. Now that's what I wanted to highlight from his speech. That was the best part. Amazing. Prime Minister, he was the best one since Brian Mulroney, and that's funny because Conservative are the best among the bests. So let's get into question period, Friday, February 6th. And this shall be the last clip.
Oral questions, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke Park for Saskatchewan.
This Prime Minister promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. He promised to build this country. But today we're seeing that those policies are just not working. January saw a major drop in private sector employment of over 50,000 workers, a drop of 28,000 in the manufacturing sector alone. This government is presiding over a deepening employment crisis as more people are dropping out of the workforce. When will Liberals listen to the constructive solutions we have put forward and recognize that what they're doing isn't working?
Never. That's the answer, but they won't give it.
Total employment, Madam Speaker, is up, in fact, by 134,000 jobs over the past year. Most of those jobs are in the private sector. We see a rate of
they are
inflation
part-time
at 2.4%.
as well.
That is well within the Bank of Canada's guideline, and also an unemployment rate that is now down to 6.5%. But we
because
do not rest
people
on that,
no
Madam
longer
Speaker. There is
search for new
anxiety
jobs
in Canada. There is anxiety, but there's also resilience. Resilience that defines this country, that defines its people. What that resilience means is that there's an expectation that we work together. Will the Conservatives work with us to pass Budget 2025, measures that include benefits for his community and mine?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we will work to advance solutions that work, and we will oppose what is not working. I'm looking again, just clearly at the employment numbers. Private sector employment fell by over 50,000 in the last month. Young people overwhelmingly report that they are worse off than their parents' generation because they can't find jobs and they can't afford homes. Canadians are looking for hope, they're looking for real solutions, and that starts with the government recognizing that what they're doing is not working. When will they come to that recognition?
For the Parliamentary Secretary.
Canadians are, in fact, looking for hope, Madam Speaker. They're looking for hope, but they're also looking for people to work together in this House of Commons, to support them at this time, in the short term and in the long term. In the short term, what this means is, and we saw it, in fact, a spirit of collaboration helped to bring about C19. C19, of course, is the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit that will provide up to $1,900 for a family of four. But for the long term, we can work together to ensure the budget passes. Spending is there for defense that will create tens of thousands of jobs, for infrastructure to build this country up, among other things. Will they help us?
The
Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, young people in Quebec and across Canada aren't asking for the moon. They just want a job, a real job to start their lives. But what are they seeing? In January, Canada lost 25,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector, and investment is fleeing the country. Meanwhile, the only job growth is coming from more bureaucracy, not real jobs in the real economy. Young people are stuck with precarious employment or no jobs at all, while factories are closing in Baie-Comeau and elsewhere across Canada. Does this PM recognize that the economy is not creating the jobs our young people need to get started in life? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Since my colleague from Quebec is talking about employment figures, and he certainly noted in Quebec we created jobs, many of them, and where we've had the lowest unemployment rate in the country. But let's also recognize that the industrial sectors directly threatened by U.S. tariffs are the ones that are suffering the greatest, and that is why yesterday we announced a new strategy for the automotive sector so we can grow automotive production capacity in Canada. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals are patting themselves on the back for their work, but we're talking about 52,000 jobs from the private sector that have been lost after years of anti-development laws, closed markets, and the flight of capital to the U.S. The results aren't there. Every week, real workers are paying the price, and it's our young people that are being told to wait, to make sacrifices. Again, the Conservatives have proposed a clear path forward. Build here, protect our jobs, unlock our resources. Will the PM work with the Conservatives to create real jobs here for our youth and defend Canada's economic sovereignty? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our strategy to address these issues is in C-15 and in our budget. That's our plan. It is very broad and comprehensive, and there are many measures. Will our Conservative colleagues do what they must, support us, so we can pass the budget as quickly as possible?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Last night, the industry minister said the quiet thing.
So I will basically explain what I think they're trying to do. So they showcase the French-speaking crowd first for Quebec votes, and they really highlighted the kind of issues the Conservative base has, being the young people cannot afford houses, they don't find jobs, and this is how they started that question period, which is amazing. And of course, the Liberals will push the narrative that the Conservative need to ally themselves with the governing party, otherwise they obstruct, and obstruction is bad. So let's see what happens next.
Madam Speaker, like the ministers has said, the department is working as quickly as possible to resolve these issues and to ensure.
I just realized the question
personnel has the
was
message.
probably from the bloc trying to say, oh yeah, the Liberals, they don't care about old people and their pensions. So that was most likely the question.
Necessary tools to pay these benefits effectively. More than 7,000 seniors are now receiving their payments on time. We are currently modernizing this decades-old system so we can improve the payment of benefits for all seniors in the future. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, imagine there are retirees who are listening to these answers and who are having problems with their old age pensions, and the Liberals went from 30 days, 10 days ago, to 85,000 yesterday. And that's the worst cost overrun with the QRM software. It's the human cost, actually. And the worst is that even yesterday, with 85,000 victims of this software, the Liberals were still treating this issue as if it was just a series of isolated incidents. When 85,000 people fall through the cracks of this system, there is a major problem, Madam Speaker. When will the Liberals fix this?
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this is a major update of a decades-old system. The Minister's Cabinet contacted Bloc's members to obtain the names of seniors who were in urgent need of assistance in solving this problem, and we still haven't received a reply from the member with respect to the names of these constituents. And the department will continue to work to deal with these cases while pursuing the modernization of the system to guarantee that seniors do receive the benefits they need. The Honourable.
So because that's a Friday, I don't expect much will be happening, but let's go near the end.
Important measures of the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act for us, please.
Has the highest food inflation rate in the G7, and more Canadians are struggling to afford groceries. Clearly, this problem requires a Team Canada approach. Will the Liberals work with Conservatives to cancel the industrial carbon tax, the fuel standards tax, the plastic packaging tax, and fast-track results for Canadians?
Great question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I was intrigued when I heard Team Canada approach. I agree that we need a Team Canada approach. I think we should focus on serious solutions. And there is solutions, Madam Speaker, for the short term and the long term. The Groceries and Essentials benefit that they collaborated on, thankfully, is just one short-term measure. And I agree that it's not a magic bullet. It is certainly not that. What do we have to do to ensure the future sustainability of this country? Budget 2025 provides an answer. For the generations that are looking at us, what will we do? Will we rise above partisanship and pass that important budget?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Prime Minister says he wants to build Canada up, yet he's slashing over 30,000 PSAC workers delivering core public services like EI, tax credits, food inspection, and more. Admin funding for friendship centres across the country will come to an end this fiscal. The Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre is also being forced to fight for survival of its gender-based violence prevention programs and its urban programming for Indigenous peoples. Will the Prime Minister stop the cuts and protect the well-being of our communities with ongoing, stable, permanent funding for friendship centres and their programs? Yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the public servants across Canada for helping us deal with the issues that Canadians and our country are dealing with at these uncertain times. I will say that the public service, Madam Speaker, has grown by over 40% over the past decade. We are focused on delivering better, faster services for Canadians. Part of that, Madam Speaker, is ensuring that we also bring our public service to a sustainable level so that the taxpayers across Canada, Madam Speaker, get the services that they require, but at the price that they are looking for.
So the angle of the NDP there was to say, oh, the Liberals are like the Conservative because of the cuts. How can we preserve the safety nets? That's the biggest troll line. That's the biggest plan for the NDP this winter. Now, this is the outro because we covered every clip we wanted to cover. Now, I will say this. There will be a spring election for sure. The Liberals, they want a majority because they don't like democracy. They don't like having to deal with an opposition. They want full power. This is what they're seeking for. And this is really disgusting, but I guess this is politics. Now it's getting late, and yeah. I enjoyed that stream despite the glitches we had in the first hour or so. At least we got back and we did really good things. And yeah, coming next on the channel, gaming, Splinter Cell Conviction, Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow. Coming next on the channel, James Bond reviews, Casino Royale, Kingdom of Solace, and Skyfall. And Batman at some point next month. There's so many shows, mostly reviews, and a bit of gaming here and there. That being said, I think the dragon was sleeping, and that was fun. Next week, more politics like tonight. Hopefully, no glitch. And with this, I am out. Have a great weekend, and take care.